Alrighty, thank you. Today is November 26, 2024, and this is our work session. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty.
Somebody left their phone up here.
Okay, is anybody missing a cell phone that maybe left it up on the bench there? We'll figure it out. Is Judge Rohr here? Oh, come on up. I didn't. There's so many people. Here he is. Craig's getting it. How you doing today?
Doing good, Judge. How are you?
Good, doing well. Thank you for being with us.
Good. I'm going to say a little prayer here. I knew what I wanted to pray for, but it never hurts to write it down. It might shut down, okay? All right, everybody bow their heads, please, with me. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning in humility and faith. Thank you for the many blessings that each one of us has in our life. We humbly ask for your guidance and strength today. Show us the way and fill us with courage and wisdom. Help us to remember your love and to be faithful in our service to you. Give us patience, give us understanding to face life's challenges with grace. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much for being with us.
Let me just say this real quick. Everyone here is invited to the Community Interfaith Thanksgiving, annual Thanksgiving service this evening at 7 o'clock, Bridgeport Christian Church.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the invite. Alrighty, so it looks like we have a full house here. So we're going to just try to do this public comments in a very diplomatic way. Just so everybody knows, we have 3 minutes. Kim, you're going to be our timekeeper again. Yep. So I ask everybody to be respectful of each other as we go through this process. So I'm going to open public comments up. And, there you go. Mr. John Carlton is going to start us off. You'll go ahead and state your name for everybody watching.
John Carlton. Good morning. I'm here bright and early this morning to once again oppose the proposed regional industrial park at 127 South. A majority of the community, through surveys, public meetings, and hearings during the comprehensive plan process, clearly rejected this project. Since May of 2023, KCDC has been securing property options for this park. It is clear now that members of this court have been involved in this project far before February of this year. The lack of transparency surrounding these activities undermines public trust and works against the input of planning staff, consultants, and the community. And I just found out this morning about the Fiscal Court's Committee of the Whole meetings, where at least 4 of you all were present. That constitutes a quorum of the Fiscal Court and is not permitted by the Open Meetings Act. The Shakespeare warned, "Go wisely and slowly. Those who rush stumble and fall." That is exactly what we believe is happening here, rushing ahead without fully evaluating the risks, liabilities, and consequences. The Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee and the public reviewed and rejected this site repeatedly, yet some of you have been working behind the scenes to override this input while simultaneously asking the public for their advice during this process. Since we now know you were working against us, your effort to ask the public for its input feels insincere at best, if not disingenuous. As Ms. Schimler pointed out at the last City Commission meeting, this project is on shaky ground. The industrial land addition to the comprehensive plan passed with just 5 votes, a bare minimum, and 2 of those votes may have had conflicts. If even 1 vote is vacated, the addition of 1,000 acres of industrial land didn't happen. Also, the advisory committee asked both planning directors and Ms. Piefler for the sewer department's plan several times over the last 2 years, and we never received it. The Planning Commission itself never performed the required research and analysis. We did. This may cause issues down the road. In a case out of Boone County, the City of Florence and Boone County had their entire comp plan vacated and all subsequent zoning ordinances based on that plan reversed. Despite claims that this process is too far along to stop, the reality is you have not signed an interlocal agreement, allocated funds, or authorized the creation of necessary entities. Nothing compels you to move forward. To put this into perspective, 1,000 acres is nearly 1/8 the size of the entire city of Frankfort. Approving this project against the will of your constituents would be a grave mistake. I urge you to pause, engage in open discussions, and require this project to follow the same scrutiny and processes as any other zoning or industrial initiative. Rushing forward now will only compound the damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlton.
Hi, my name is Chris Schimmeler. I'm here representing Envision Franklin County, and I ask you to vote no on the interlocal agreement creating the industrial authority. And there are several reasons. There are lots of red flags with this project. The first red flag is that you're in a rush. Last fiscal court meeting, there were at least two magistrates that had questions of the pertinent authority about this agreement. And you guys were told that the agreement couldn't be changed now. That would be of grave concern to me if I were a decision maker. At the last city commission meeting, a week and a day ago, where I was present, the city manager told the collected body that this was a complex agreement with lots of moving parts and lots of unknowns. That was a week ago. Apparently today it's all been figured out because they're set to vote on it at 3 o'clock today. I would be concerned if I were you. The second red flag is that the process has been flawed. The purpose of the comp plan is to assess our current resources, poll the public, crunch the numbers, create drafts, get back with the public, receive public input, synthesize a plan that reflects the public's view of how we want to grow in the next 20 years. Apparently, there was a second track going on all along, in which the former KCDC director went rogue. She was a member of the advisory committee. After our first meeting, in which we were talking about industrial land, she came back the next meeting and said, "Oh, I've got options on this land and options on this land." She went rogue from the process. She disrespected the process, the public, all of us on the advisory committee, and all of the public who were asked in good faith to show up and provide their input. You guys are hell-bent on following that grant that she started because she went rogue. The third red flag is that you are relinquishing control by creating this industrial authority. I would wonder why you would be so quick to create the same model that you had trouble with the checkered past of KCDC in the past, not having accountability, and your troubles with changing that contract and getting sued. Why would you want to create a similar situation? Taking authority away from yourselves and removing the public's ability to influence what's going on. The fourth red flag is that you're going against the public will. As Mr. Carlton said, at every juncture during the comp plan process, when the public was afforded the opportunity to provide input, the public said in majority numbers that they didn't want industrial land at the county line. And in fact, they wanted to preserve the rural heritage of 127 South. Finally, the unknowns with this project should give you pause, and I ask you to vote no.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Trina Schimmeler. I'm here just for myself. Moments like these are when democratic governments go astray. On one hand, we have the working comp plan of 2016 and the comp plan revision process developed with taxpayer money. On the other hand, we have elected officials, all of you guys, and elected and appointed officials in other bodies. The public's top value in living here is place. It's beautiful and we love it, and industrial development ought to happen along the interstate. But this hand, you all, are acting as if the other hand doesn't matter. It's not okay to govern that way. Please take a deep breath of humility. We need government that's transparent. Your public wants things to work well. How about keeping the water districts solvent? Your public doesn't want you dumping millions of dollars of taxpayer money to push water and sewer out to the countryside to pave it over for an industrial park. That's not okay. Don't do it. Please treat your public with more respect. We have experienced untrustworthy. At the P&Z, when Commissioner Bill May, because of family conflict of interest, recused himself from a vote on the comp plan, and then in a subsequent vote on the comp plan, voted because suddenly he had no family conflict of interest, that's untrustworthy. And when Commissioner Tim Lusher of the P&Z, after a vote on the comp plan, resigned, but because there was a subsequent vote on the comp plan, claimed he didn't resign and voted, that's untrustworthy. And when P&Z counsel Ed Logan didn't know and didn't advise the commission that a vote on the comp plan requires a full membership of the commission, that's untrustworthy. We are fed up with untrustworthy. We want good government. Don't waste our money. Don't waste our time. Don't squander our trust. And most of all, don't waste our land. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just for running in order here.
I'm not, people are,
Sorry, I just
you can
jumped
go after
on
him if you like, Mr. Daniels. That's fine.
Good morning, my name's Nate Jones. Don't like following these guys, these are great speakers here, but I may just read what I've got here in front of me. Good morning, thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you all this morning. I know other folks want to speak, so I'll keep it short. I just want to voice my opposition to the proposed industrial site off of 127. The community worked really hard, especially those that were on the planning committee that put all this work together. They should be commended. We appreciate all of their efforts. The plan that was approved and accepted by the larger majority of the community did not include the 1,000 acres off the south side. That plan was accepted, and it did not include the 1,000 acres on the south side, and there's another approximately 1,000 acres on the Anderson County side as well that will straddle the county line. That farmland will be destroyed forever. We can't undo that once that happens. I won't go into the legality of the Planning Commission's vote. I'm not an attorney, but it doesn't look good from where I stand. Commissioners resigning, saying they didn't resign, then between those meetings, being appointed to another commission by the governor, a commissioner that has a familial conflict of interest, and then all of a sudden doesn't. Again, I'm not an attorney, but it just doesn't look good from the eye test. Excuse me. Now, I believe that anger is an emotional punishment that you give yourself for someone else's actions, so I'm not mad about your decision. I'm disappointed that our elected leaders don't have the moral fortitude to stand with the will of the majority of the community. Again, I know you all have a difficult task, and I appreciate your willingness to serve. We just ask for transparency. I ask that you serve all of your constituents and not just those that provide financial and/or legal gains for your own interests. I wish you all the best. I appreciate your service. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hi. I'm going to try not to get emotional. I know some of you personally.
Can you go ahead and state your name, please?
Oh, Katie Jones. I'm
Thank
Katie Jones, citizen of Franklin County since 2020. I'm here to voice my opposition to the interlocal agreement with Anderson County, the establishment of the Keaton Lane Industrial Development Authority, and the proposed industrial park on South Highway 127. It's personal. I, along with my husband and 2 children, moved out of the very lovely but industrialized city of Lexington to live in a quiet, rural area. We chose Frankfort. 3/4 of our property borders the farmland being proposed in the latest comp plan. My husband and I have worked diligently to establish our meager 4 acres
as a certified National Wildlife Refuge, as well as a certified monarch race station. We have been allowing some of our land to rewild. We have an established wooded walking trail. The sky is dark at night. If clear enough, you can see the Milky Way. Thank you. An industrial park, especially one that encompasses approximately 2,000 acres, will inevitably bring serious light pollution, noise pollution, traffic pollution, destroy wildlife habitats, and contribute to the heating of our planet by adding concrete and steel. The proposed map that we have all seen shows roughly 1,000 acres on the Franklin County side. I have recently observed a text thread between a magistrate and a Franklin County resident wherein it was quoted, "Any development that goes there will straddle the Franklin County and Anderson County line. There is approximately half of the land on each side. Therefore, it is my understanding that the planned development will actually be around 2,000 total acres. In the spirit of full transparency, I invite this magistrate to please step forward and bring these plans to light. I, a citizen of Frankfort, am strongly opposed to our local government allowing a beautiful rural Kentucky corridor to be turned into another concrete jungle. Not every town needs to become an industrialized wasteland. Some of us don't want that. Some of us value our natural world. In my humble opinion, nature's best hope, humanity's best hope, is the preservation of our natural landscapes, not the destruction of them. Why not plan for industrial growth on already existing, unused industrial lots in our community? I call for transparency. In general, what industries are you hoping to attract? What industries are already interested in the development? Who's paying for it? Will the PDI grant be enough to cover the purchase of homes and churches on 1,000+ acres of land? I second what my husband, Nate Jones, said previously regarding the ethics of this whole thing. And I sadly, because I know some of you, I question the ethics of our local government at this time. Backdoor, behind-the-scene deals may be how things are done, but it's not how they should be done. And lastly, in the words of Joni Mitchell, please do not pay paradise to put up a parking lot.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Mr. Daniels, would you like to come up next?
Pardon me?
Did you want to come up?
I guess I will.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead and state your name, please.
I'm Jim Daniel in Frankfort, Kentucky. The process of approving of the People's Plan has apparently been hijacked by a few appointed commissioners, leaving those in the public who worked on it diligently for years in a lurch. One of the reasons we committed ourselves to this process was because of the Ron Tierney fiasco a few years back, where he violated all the permit requirements for a zone change, and including being cited for illegal open burning, and then he still was given his permits and his zone change. It came down to a vote of this body that approved it based on an existing plan that included the Duncan Road property in the potential industrial designation map. We didn't like it. We were advised to get involved in this process. Well, now I'm feeling disrespected after all this has culminated. Like our draft plan is being used for a palate cleanser. This whole government chasing industries with less than ideal sites is folly. Our current industrial parks, all located off of I-64, are not completely filled, with many unsold and undeveloped plots and abandoned buildings available. Shouldn't our local government be spending time and efforts in trying to fill those vacancies before we embark on what looks like a foolish pursuit of something that has heretofore been unattainable? Industries aren't exactly knocking down our door to get in here. Do we really want government to commit our scarce prime farmland and tax resources to enter a high-risk world of venture capitalism? That is the domain of the private sector. I've lived through two major sources of employment that have seriously declined or are non-existent: coal mining and tobacco farming. You all sing the praises of attracting industries to provide assembly line jobs, but a review of the current events indicate that that is a dying paradigm as well, partly due to the increase in AI robotics, which are replacing human line workers rapidly. All AI is the norm, and YouTube is filled with examples. Toyota of Georgetown in 1985 siting was long been considered the holy grail of industrial development. However, the production numbers for the first 3 quarters of this year are down by 20%. 8 straight months of decline in the U.S. and global markets, largely due to intense It's competition by local brands in China, advancing electric and hybrid technology. This is the new world order. I think you folks need to rethink this thing through some more. We need innovation, not 20th century solutions. Give good people bad information and they'll make bad decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carla Hawkins. I'm a resident of Franklin County, specifically on Wash Road, which is in the area that backs up directly to the 1,000 acres of industrial land that was recently approved. I'm here to talk about the difference between transparency and an opaque process that's been going on. I became aware that there was even a proposal for 1,000 acres of industrial land in January of this year, and I promptly attended a public forum at the Paul Sawyer Library, which was the first time that the public saw the future land use map that the advisory committee that you all approved for the comprehensive plan process developed. There was another map laying on the table that the advisory committee was not made aware of that was going to be presented, and it contained the 1,000 acres of land, and there were Post-it notes all over it. We don't want this. There were a few, to be fair, that said we need more industrial land, but they did not say there. And since that time, that map has not been visible to the public, but yet the public was asked to give public comments, give survey responses, and overwhelmingly, the majority said we do not want an industrial park on US 127 South. That was been what the majority said. Suddenly in October, this showed up as an amendment to the Planning and Zoning Commission. It was not presented to the public at that meeting. It was passed out on a piece of paper to the other commission members, and they were asked to vote on it. That map was not presented to the public. The public was not given the opportunity for input at that meeting, and we only found out later that's what the map contained because because it was posted on the Planning and Zoning website, which was promptly told as a complaint that that's not valid. The vote was not valid, so they had to re-vote in November. So we went from a very transparent process to a process where we've had to piece this together as what really is happening. We are the residents of your county. We are your last mile, but there are 70 homes around this industrial area. It's not a wasteland. It's not an area that you want to place what is now cited as a mega site industrial park. And we had to find this out because a couple of weeks after the first vote, that's when it became apparent at this meeting that that's what we were proposing. We were proposing a grant or into a competitive process for a mega site industrial area that was not suitable to be sited next to residential area. Just because this is currently farmland does not mean that there are not residents around it. Just like the people who have spoke today, my property sits directly on the border. So please do not vote for the industrial park and be much more transparent in this process.
Thank you very much. You made it.
That was a lot of effort.
Good job. Yeah, you
All right.
made some new friends too along the way.
I did. We got to know my neighbors. I'm Samantha Johnson, and if you all may have gotten this email, so this may be a repeat, but here we go. Franklin County is our home. We have found balance in the diverse opportunities that surround us here. Change is inevitable. Progress is necessary. However, without strong partnerships and full disclosure with the community, progress is difficult to come by. The residents in our neighborhood in Dove Creek, more specifically my family, have attended meetings, voiced our concerns, and tried to offer input to the proposed Keaton Lane Regional Industrial Authority. Despite these efforts, we continue to watch our elected officials unnecessarily speed through this interlocal agreement to create the industrial authority. This should concern everyone in the court, the city commission, because by creating the industrial authority, you agree to forfeit your voice, our voice, in what happens in the community. Due to the rushed nature of this effort, uncertain outcomes, and conflict of interest issues related to the future land use map approved by the Joint Planning and Zoning Commission in the comprehensive plan are evident. Keep in mind the same elected officials that appointed the Planning and Zoning Commission will also create the board for the Keaton Lane Industrial Authority. The amended future land use map where the Keaton Lane Industrial Authority is located does not include buffers to protect the residential property. The industrial land use category is adjacent to a lot of our properties. There have been promises of improved infrastructure, included sewer and water. However, budgets discussed in the court and city meetings discussed shortfalls, loans, and rate increases. There has been no transparency regarding the industrial development, how it will be funded, other than the KPDI grant from the Kentucky Cabinet for Economic Development. What happens with this newly developed authority until a company can sustain the developed area, assuming the site can become build-ready for an economic development project of industrial size? What about the property owners and consumers that will inevitably suffer the stretched resources while this might happen? We have lost faith in the people we elected to speak on our behalf. We are not opposed to sustainable growth. I've lived in Franklin County my entire life and appreciate all of its progress. But how much are we willing to give up for industry? The simple answer is we don't know. This has been explained as a very complicated set of circumstances, and there is apparently no clear agreement between Frankfort, Franklin County, Lawrenceburg, and Anderson County. We are asking you to vote no to the resolution to create the industrial authority. Keep our voice in these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Polly Webb. I live in South Frankfort, and I would like to say thank you very much for giving all of us the opportunity to speak today. And I also want to make a statement that self-governance is very messy sometimes, but we live in a country of self-governance, and it requires dialogue, not unilateral actions. The second thing I want to say is this is 2024. We live in a post-industrial society. Just want you to remember that as we move forward thinking about this. But I primarily want to talk about water again. So I want to talk about this. Number one, if we put the 1,000 acres into an industrial park, we will lose 1,000 acres of prime farmland, which is a significant portion of what the state of Kentucky calls prime farmland. Number two, we will lose 1,000 acres of topsoil that is taking millennia to build. Number three, the infrastructure is unclear. There will have to be miles of new infrastructure and run at whose cost and whose continued cost. Number four, we will be taking that 1,000 acres of land that has normally absorbed storm water, produced oxygen, and given us life, and put it into roads, parking lots, foundation, huge water runoffs. Where does this all go? Where does the water go? To the surrounding streams like the Little Benson, which goes into the Kentucky River, which at this point is considered a sustainable, viable waterway, unlike where the Kentucky River dumps into the Ohio River, one of the 10 most endangered rivers in the United States. So the river there is considered valuable also by the Frankfort Plant Board. So much that downstream from this proposed industrial park, the Frankfort Plant Board considers it good enough water for an intake. I also understand there have been geotechnical analysis performed on this property. However, I do have no understanding in any environmental studies or stream studies. This is really important. So I ask that you consider the viability of this scheme, which I'm going to say it's a scheme, may not be appropriate for this location. And I also want to say, please, do not lose our trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Webb.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lilpop, and a point that I think is worth making is mental health, and then it's at crisis point in America, and especially with young adults 18 to 25 who make up a little over 36% of mental illness in America. A top concern for adolescents and young adults is climate change. And I think that if we are doing what is best for our community, that we do invest in our future generations, and that we show them that we can be stewards of our land, as well as we're going to be stewards of our land over top of big business and grant dollars. We can show them that what we have done in the past may have hurt us, but we are smart and we are innovative, and we can revitalize old infrastructure and old industry that has been abandoned. And we can, at the same time, protect and preserve such valuable and precious, wonderful resources that we have over there around the Little Benson. And speaking of our future generation, my daughter would like to say something to you.
Hi, my name is JC Lopop. Me and my family came to this neighborhood to have peace and have good soil to grow crops. I vote no to this. We lived in a very noisy and busy place. We came to the neighborhood and we're very happy. If you build this industrial park, our soil will go bad and less fresh food from the garden. I want good sleep. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, I'm Richard Rosen. I'm a citizen of Franklin County and also of the city of Frankfort. And I want to speak in favor of this PDI grant. And the reasoning that you've heard from all the speakers so far have been opposed to it. I understand their viewpoint. They feel like this agricultural land is vitally important. It does have importance. I don't think of it as prime farmland. It doesn't produce food for people that I can tell. I think it's mostly hay fields for horses, which is fine and it's beautiful. But I'm concerned about all the things that the citizens of Frankfort and Franklin County deserve that you provide, but you can't provide because you don't have enough tax revenue to be able to afford to do these things. The list is long. You know it probably better than I do, but I know it includes, you've talked about putting in sports facilities in the county. I would like to see additional park facilities, including maybe a park on Elkhorn, renewable energy, infill projects, removing invasive plants from along the Kentucky and along the Elkhorn and in our parks. And those are county things. The city has another long list: a convention center, a swimming pool, low-income housing. Tax revenue is needed for these things. And in order to generate tax revenue, you need well-paying jobs. The well-paying jobs comes from industrial development. We've got a 4-lane divided highway, which is 127 South. It's a perfect place for industrial development. Does it destroy the land? I don't know. That implies that we are somehow polluting the air and polluting the land. You look at our existing industrial parks, 1, 2, and 3. I would invite you to go out there, take a look at them. I don't see air pollution. I don't see water pollution. They're connected to the sewer system. They recycle probably better than the average resident does. All of their cardboard, their pallets, everything that can be reused is reused. Industry is not a villain in our society. They provide jobs. Those jobs will, those people will live in Franklin County and Frankfort. They will pay property taxes. They will pay occupational taxes. We've got old buildings, old homes in South Frankfort. Some of those well-paying jobs will buy those homes and maintain them and fix them up, rather than let them continue to degrade and deteriorate to the point where they can't be fixed up. I think this is actually a good thing for the citizens of Frankfort and Franklin County overall. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jason Taylor. I haven't seen y'all in so long. I don't even remember your faces, so appreciate the opportunity to come talk about something that I'm not directly involved in. Industrial development, it doesn't have to be a bad thing. We grow produce in warehouses now. It's called vertical farming. Aquaponics is a study that's done at K-State. I took that course when I was at Franklin County High School. You can grow fish in warehouses. The pot program that just got announced for the state, all that growth has to be inside a warehouse. There are ways to which industrial parks can be developed to where you'll have setbacks for these neighbors. You get 1,000 acres, you're not going to use it all, okay? You're going to have development setbacks. You're going to have opportunities for walking trails. I have you look at Lexington's 200 acres they just announced. I think only 60 of them are actually being used. There's topography issues that have to be addressed. All of this goes into lots and lots of planning that won't get started if you don't give an opportunity for it to begin. There are so many numerous red tapes, people call them in our industry, that have to be checks. They're actually checks and balances so that the neighbors and that live there are neighbors that live there. You don't want to be a bad neighbor. You never want to be a bad neighbor in development, but you have to give it a chance. You have to give it a chance. Statistically speaking, we all know where this industry is, where it will go and what it will bring. But we also know what Franklin County and Frankfort's lacking: diversity and jobs. We know the state government's moving out. Office buildings are sitting vacant. You're not getting those property taxes. You're not getting those people living here and working here. This does not have to be some nasty nuclear plant that's going to get built. It can have technology. There's a national company looking in Kentucky today called Workday. They would bring 400 jobs to wherever they land. Average salary, $200,000. It's a cloud-based software. They just need some land to build on. That will locate in an industrial park. It's research and development as well. We just saw what was announced in Shelbyville. You've seen what's been done in E-Town. Let's look at Bardstown. They just got an aquatic center because the bourbon industry took off, and finally the tax revenue's there. Frankfort wants an aquatic center. You want an athletic field. Senior citizens want a new senior citizen center. Where's the why? It's gone. You can build this community, but you got to give it an opportunity. Large land needs to be allocated for the industrial. It takes, maybe it's 100 acres that they need, and they only build on 50 of it. Maybe they only really build on 40 of it, but they need the optionality for the next 30 years to plan to expand when they take off. If you don't give them the opportunity, they'll just keep on passing by. And the last thing I would say is location. Somebody mentioned the interstate. You have 64 and you have Bluegrass Parkway. From Kentucky, pick any point, you can reach 65% of the U.S. population in one day by travel. 65%. People are coming out of California and moving here. You can look up and down 64 and up and down 65. It's an opportunity that we shouldn't miss. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
My name is Gene McCown. My family owns a farm on the southern side of Franklin County, near the Anderson-Franklin County line. I lived on this farm most of my life. Department of Agricultural Heritage Council declared it a Kentucky historical farm for being in the same family for 200 years. I've worked on this farm with my parents, brother, grandparents, wife, daughter, son, and 2 grandsons. My great-great-grandfather, grandmother, and 2 great-great-aunts are buried on this farm. In October 2023, my neighbor asked me if I'd be interested in selling a few acres on the back of my farm. I told him no. I thought that was the end of it. This past February, to my surprise, I found out from the Anderson County Planning and Zoning through a utility company that there were plans for roads and buildings, not on just the back of my farm, but my whole farm. My barn's gone, house gone, workshop gone, even the family graveyard gone. All this without saying a word to me. This behind my back plan to destroy my farm, my life. Is this the type of people you want to plan the future of Franklin County? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name's Chad Peach. I actually reside at 5170 Lawrenceburg Road. I've lived there on and off for 59 years. My mom and dad were developers, but we're also farmers. With my brothers and I, we own 4 farms in Woodford and Franklin County. The farm that I actually live on today is our original family farm. My mom and dad, well, to finish that point, I'm probably within a mile location of this site. I respect everybody's opinion, honestly, and I take everything into account of what everybody said. I also showed up at the very first meeting at Bondurant Junior High School when the comprehensive plan discussion started 3 years ago. Every time we were invited to show up, and I was at the Paul Sawyer Library when the second plan was presented, and we as a group, Development Interest Group of Frankfort, has stated that we felt like from the very beginning it was kind of an unbalanced group. I wrote a letter personally on behalf of the Development Interest Group over a year ago saying that we felt like that we needed to have more diversity on that advisory committee. Ironically enough, my parents developed Dove Creek subdivision, and I was taught by my dad and my mom from the very beginning what's the highest and best use of a general area. In my opinion, I think the location that has been identified is farmland, but it's not the most productive farmland. I look at this really for all the citizens of Frankfort as an opportunity. And I've had meetings with several of you guys and discussed that we need more growth. I think you guys know with the housing study that's just been complete, it justifies that we do need and support more growth, more housing. So I know it's tough, but for the betterment of the community, it's probably a justified development. I'm a developer, so we have to respect all the comments from your planning staff. The Development Interest Group of Frankfort, as well as myself, support this development.
Thank you, Mr. Peach.
I'm Larry Ballard, resident of Wash Road. I'm connected within a few hundred feet of the farmer in question. I'm here to say the farm should stay a farm, like a comprehensive plan we voted on. That farm has produced and fed millions and millions of people over America. It's got a cattle operation that feeds. It's self-contained. He raises his own corn, his own hay. It's all right there. It's a producing farm. It don't need to go to blacktop and gravel, because you can't take that blacktop up. When you get hungry, you're not going to be able to get a beef one of these days. Now, you're going to have runoff if you put something out there. And if you've looked at the creek from down there beside that farm, down Keaton Lane, well, that water runs from the stop sign at Alton Station. When you get a hard rain and then you add blacktop and gravel, you're going to have a flood. There's 7 to 8 houses down on the lower end of Nineveh Road that floods every spring some amount. But if you add any more water, they have come up and stayed in the basement of my house. I'm that close, but I'm on high ground. But they've come up and stayed in the basement for half the night or whatever. But you put any more water down that creek and you're going to have big problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ballard.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Rob Ginner. I'm one of the pastors at Farmdale Baptist Church that is on the Franklin County, Anderson County line. And I'm fairly new to Frankfort, but, and I don't want to insult anyone's intelligence. I assume that you all have and are doing your due diligence in this planning process, but you've desired our public comments. So I draw our attention to the 2 churches that are in the middle of the map for this development. Not because if this development goes forward, those churches will cease to exist, but because they are vibrant, both of them, vibrant aspects of the counties of Franklin and Anderson County. And to move forward with this situation as it is, it would then scatter hundreds of people in forcing them to find another location, another land. Everybody wants land, don't they? For those churches to exist in. So I'm just drawing our attention to the center of the map of Farmdale Baptist Church and Hope Community Church, and here on their behalf to encourage us to seek other avenues or adjust the plan in some ways so that in search of all of the benefits that this would bring, we don't pay the price of the cost of 2 thriving institutions that impact both Frankfort and Lawrenceburg and the counties therein. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grinner. Any other public comments from anybody in the audience? Alrighty. We appreciate everyone's input during this part of our agenda. Okay, we're going to move on. Franklin County Regional Jail update.
Morning, Judge.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good, good. A quick little PowerPoint. We'll just
wait 1 second. It looks like some people are going to be leaving us, so I hope everyone has a wonderful day. Thank you for coming in. Thank you. ahead, Shane.
Good. Just got a quick little PowerPoint. We'll go through our quarterly update. We're happy to come down and
Oh, I'm sorry.
meet with the court today and just
One
kind
one
of,
second. What's that? No, we've moved on. This, oh, okay, for the jail?
okay.
I thought he said
My
his
name is
name when he
Shane
got up
Smith.
there. I thought he did, I'm sorry.
I'm part of the administration out there at the jail.
Yeah.
So, like I said, just here to update you all, give you a quarterly update as required by us. Next slide here is just to kind of update what we're going to cover today. Just physical condition of the jail, just our personnel needs. Luckily, we don't have any personnel requests at the time. Won't be today. And then a few other things we want to share that's going on that we're excited about that we're accomplishing out there at the jail. Condition of the facility, as you all know, it's an older facility, but we were making several updates. A couple of those updates, the kitchen flooring, we've recently have replaced the tile flooring. It's been epoxied like the showers and things out there. We've epoxied the walls. It looks really nice. There's a couple of pictures of what the kitchen now looks like. The guys that are working in the kitchen, they feel like it's a cleaner place, going to be healthier for them, and that's good. Also, we've made several updates to the dorm. We've epoxied the bathrooms out there. Concrete repair out back. If you all have been out to visit it, the concrete has been repaired. We've done some fire sprinkler updates. We've also put a security fence around the facility. That's on the next slide to really make it a secure facility. That fence was put up by inmate labor. So the cost of that fence was fairly cheap, for about $10,000. We were able to put that fence up and secure the facility. Next thing I want to talk about, you may have got a handout, talk about our jail inspection received. We had a surprise jail inspection. What we were prepared for, we provided the document. We had 5 areas that we had to improve on. They quickly came back 2 weeks later. We adjusted all those, we made all those things, minor things like drains, vents. The biggest thing was vents that we had out there that we replaced some of those vents. We had to clean some of those vents out. Over time, inmates like to stick things in those vents and so forth. So we taken care of those and some faucet issues that were just over time that had to be repaired. One thing that's in there that needs to be taken care of before the end of the year talks about staff training. One of the things we do now, we have 3 certified trainers in the facility that we're able to get that 24 hours required. That'll be done before the end of the year. Matter of fact, next week we'll continue that training. We've already done some training that will update that, and that's the only thing there. As far as the overcrowding on there, it depends on what day you show up in the jail business. Some days it's we got vacancies, some days we don't. It's just how the jail business works. Next slide, please. Just want to talk a little bit about our personnel. We arrived on July the 1st. As you can see, there were 14 administrative positions. 15 deputies that were on the floor. We had 14 vacancies. 4.5 months later, I can report to you we have 5 administrative positions. I can't tell you, you'll understand what cost saving that is. We've done that through attrition. No one's been terminated or asked to leave. We did it through attrition. We now have 33 floor deputies on the secure side. So what does that do? It improves morale, eliminates stress, and eventually going to help get down overtime once we get everyone properly trained. We currently have 3 vacancies, and when we leave here today, we're going to continue with some interviews this afternoon. We are actively recruiting every day, trying to find the best staff possible for the jail. Next slide, please. Just a breakdown of our population, as you all are aware of, today we're probably around 253 inmates, majority of those being Franklin County inmates. We have 45, currently holding 45 Anderson County inmates, which we receive funding for in our contract. As far as Class D, our Class D state inmates, we're running at 60. And our SAP and SOAR program right now, we're currently at 27 of those females. Next slide. Just talk about some cost savings we've been working on. As we talked about, the reduction in administrative staff. One of the things we've done is our MRT, moral cognition therapy. We were paying someone $3,500 a month to come out and facilitate those classes. The jailer has authorized myself and one other person. We've went out, we've got certified. We are now certified to teach those classes. So we save $3,500 a month. That costs us $575 to send two of us to go get certified. Even if we quit tomorrow, it's going to be cheaper to go out and get people certified. So we're doing those classes. By the end of the year, we're going to save Franklin County taxpayers about $31,000 this year by just making that move, that transition. Contract, we didn't end it ended. We just didn't re-sign the contract. One of the other things is Pay My Jailer. You all probably received that email a couple weeks ago, or about 2 months ago, I guess it was. Pay My Jailer is just a debt collection of people that owe fees. I don't know why. It may have been overlooked. I know there's been a lot of work going on out there the last few months before we arrived. It just wasn't ran. We ran it, and since then we've collected $10,299.98 to go back to the taxpayers of Franklin County. We've sent that report twice. We receive payments daily. We're going to be actively collecting that debt. If I'm not mistaken, somewhere around $1 million, $1.4 million that we're trying to collect, and we're actively trying to get that money that's owed to the county and relieve the taxpayers. Next slide. Just to update on our dorm, like I said, we've opened all our living areas. We've just submitted to the Department of Corrections, and you'll see that in the report they've given us. We've asked to be able to, we currently have 27 SAP and SOAR. We were scheduled to have 40. The problem we're having with SOAR, it's a new program, so the waiting list isn't like the SAP side of it. But we have asked for 40 additional SAP beds, and we've been approved for that. It's right now the holdup is between DOC and Finance to make sure we get our money. Once we get currently in the first 2 months in running that program, we have we're going to average about $86,940 since then, since taking on those current 27. But once we get to full 80, if we were to get 80 by January 1, by the end of the year, we will collect around $600,000 of fees. Now, that's if we have additional 40, that's running at capacity at 80. 80 would be the capacity that we're trying to get to. We've done that quicker than we thought. Everything's going well out there. And the ladies that are there are reaping some benefit from it, and the county's reaping some benefit from it. So you can get the next slide for me. Some of the things that our SOAR group are doing. Yesterday, if you were downtown, you'd seen them helping the county hang the Christmas tree, but we've got a group that go out to the senior citizens center every day. They provide meals. They're doing house cleaning out there. They've been over to the Simon House and helped the Simon House, as well as the Salvation Army. They're going up twice a week to Thornhill to help Thornhill clean, pick up trash. Also, in the community here itself, they've been out in the community picking up trash. I think I've sent some of you all emails saying if you've got some places in your county that you need help, there's just some pictures out there at 127 as they're picking up trash, and they'll do anything. They can do anything from drywall to paint. I know we're going to the Boys and Girls Club soon to help them paint once they're ready. But it's a big benefit, not only for them as they're working into reentry back into society, but it's also a big benefit to the county. Last slide here I want to show you as we talk about reentry, because we are serious about closing that door. And listen, we're never going to close the door to the jail, but our goal, as I tell these folks every day, I don't want to see you come back. I don't want to see you come back to any jail. But on November 12th, we partnered with, and there's some of the partners, the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce, Goodwill, Department of Education, Thornhill. They've come in, and the people they met with there in the picture, you see with the jailer, those are people who are going to be potentially released in the next 90 days. You just don't walk out that door and able to start in society after you've been incarcerated a couple of years, right? You don't have no job or anything. These folks are helping get them jobs, get them housing, rides to work, Social Security cards, IDs. So that's our commitment to those individuals that are in there. We are committed to doing jail differently here in Franklin County. So that's all I have. I'll give you the opportunity to ask questions if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We really appreciate it. What questions do we have for anybody at the jail today? Squire Tanner.
Excuse me, I knew you had a question, so I had to think of it.
That's all right.
The fence you all erected, is that completely around the perimeter? Is that the whole, we
No, sir.
talked about doing
That's-
that whole thing, and you talked about the fence, so clear that up for me.
So that secures our dormitory. So the back, the oils that have been out there for our grand opening, we did not have a secure fence. So there's, the dormitory that sits out back, there's a fence that goes around that property. So it eliminates a couple things. It makes it harder for them to just walk away, because they are in minimum security. But more importantly, it makes it harder for people to come in on that road at night and throw things in there, contraband into there. So it doesn't go around just the back part of the dormitory is what it secures.
So we originally talked about some discussion about putting a fence all the way around that property. I
Yeah,
think.
there is. I
So
know
that's
there's-
not, that's not.
That has not stopped as far as I know. There's been a grant. We took that, paid for that ourselves out of commissary. Commissary account to be spent on inmates and security of the facility under the direction of the jailer.
So that fence that you all erected can be included in the perimeter all the way around
plan
that?
is, yes,
So
sir.
it should be less cost?
Yes, so when less cost, or you can add, where we think, another 20 feet away, and just makes it even more difficult to get things over the fence.
We currently have a grant turned in for security.
I understood that, so.
But yes, to answer your question, we could do that. Without looking at the plan, sir, I would give you a wrong answer without knowing what the plan would be. I know the grant's been sent, just waiting on approval.
Squire Blackburn.
Just to help me better understand, I was looking at this inspection report. It said in the inmate confinement area, you've got 221 beds and 239 inmates. So do we have enough beds for every inmate?
There's not a jail in the state that has enough beds for all the inmates, sir.
I didn't ask about our, I'm asking about ours.
What I mean by that is, yes, because we have state inmates, that we have for a period number of time, but you've got, like I said, any given day, we've got, depending on what day of the week it is, depends on how busy we are, which we've got to do something with people. So we've got them, there are some open cell pods that have inmates on the floor in what we call boats, that's approved by DOC, but as far as space, we've got certain parts of the jail that we have to, our mail intake area that we have to be there. Those are people that are fresh off the street that go in there for so many days because we worry about contraband, drugs, getting them back in the jail so until they dry out. We've got them in detox cells. We've got a guy out there right now that requires to be in a hospital bed. He requires to be in a wheelchair, so we can't move him to the back. So some of our space is full that we normally wouldn't be able to use. So yes, we've got some housing units that are kind of full some days.
Let me just ask again, I know the SOAR program is something this court, helped put into action.
Sure.
So currently there's 40 and then you've requested 40 more, is that right?
40 more, yes, sir.
So that will put you at 80
We'll put us at 80.
by, you think, the end of the year? I'm sorry, by the end of the year, you think, or when do you think?
Well, yes, we're just waiting on finance.
Already said 27.
Yeah, there's 27 of them. Once we get, so we're asking for 40 more SAP. SAP and SOAR are a different
Yeah.
program. SAP, there's a long waiting list. The SOAR, we have 20. Right now, we have 9 of those ladies. The program is new to the DOC, and so what that is, people that have graduated from SAP. But the problem is, a lot of those folks that are graduating are being paroled, which is a good thing. And so the number of those ladies, there's just not as many of them that want to be a part of that program. And so right now, there's just 9 of those ladies, so we would be less than 11. So we could potentially run, what's that? 67?
Okay. All right, thank you. What other questions? Squire Wisman.
Mr. Smith, thank you for being with us. You said we had 253 inmates today. Is that inclusive of SAP and SOAR?
Yes, sir. Listed in my we've got a ton of other, Simpson, different little counties that we've got people that have been arrested in Frankfurt. We're waiting on those people to be picked up. I didn't list all those people in the presentation, sir, because by the time I got down here, it could have changed. But those 4 categories I gave you are who are consistently there.
Can you elaborate on this deputy jailer 24 hours? Leadership staff have stated that they will have training completed by
Sure.
the end of the year. The deficient level in this report, it's the primary one. You said we've taken care of most of the other deficiencies.
Yes, sir.
But
we have.
Can you elaborate on that? I've been concerned about the level of training with the high turnover of our staff.
Yes, sir. We have, every year, every deputy jailer out there has to go through 24 hours of professional development. Since then, during this time, 4.5 months we've been there, we've had some changes. Like I said, we now have 3 certified trainers to be able to train these individuals. We've been focused on training, as you can see, 28 new, or 18 new staff. So all those folks had to have 40 hours of training. And so now the remaining staff, we are focused on getting their 24 hours. We've already had a couple of those classes already. We'll take care of that. Some of them had already had hours, so it's not like they had 0, but we will meet the December 31st deadline.
Can you give us some idea how many folks that is we're talking? We've got 35 days to
Approximately
get everyone up
12.
Okay. Out of our total staffing level, what is that today?
38.
Okay. Take myself some notes. Jailer Hopper's been appointed since July 1st, but I believe this is our first quarterly report. I'm going to ask the court that we all work on a schedule to submit to the jailer about what days we would like those, or what months we'd like those quarterly reports brought forward. And we've had some discussion in the past of what all other requirements. The KRS statute states that that quarterly report can have additional required reporting levels that we set. So I'm going to ask the court to give us, or give me personally, and I'll work on drafting that.
Can you hear me?
Is that Jailer Hopper?
Jailer Hopper, but this,
Okay.
This is actually our second quarterly report. This is our second quarterly report. The first one was in August.
Okay. Do you see any problem if there's a request for a couple other things that the court might want to know what's going on? Is there any problems there? I guess we can sit down and talk
No.
about it. Yeah, I didn't think.
No, sir, I don't
Yep.
see any problem at all. I'd love for you guys to come out and do a walkthrough and ask questions as we're walking through.
Okay, thank you. Squire Wisman, do you have any questions while we have her on?
Let me think on it. Do we, just quickly, do we know when that grant about the cameras and the fence are going to be awarded? We thought that it was going to be in October, I remember, but.
Should
do we
be
have
very
any-
soon, yeah.
I know
we
we're
haven't
in
heard.
absence of a grant writer at the
Our
moment.
grant writer starts on Monday. So
Right.
that's one,
I
first
thought that
thing.
was supposed to be in December, that we would know something, but, I'm not sure with Tammy not there now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else? Jailer Hoppy, thank you.
Have a
Mr.
great
Smith,
day.
thank you very much. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Alrighty, next we have Mr. Duke Wilburn with us. How you doing, Duke?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing good, thank you. Thanks for being with us.
Yes, sir. Just like to update the court on what the road crew's been doing, as well as our road department facility, how it's going. Road crews we're still picking up leaves 4 days a week. Hopefully that'll start slowing down here soon, maybe after Thanksgiving. We're running a limb crew 2 days a week on Thursdays and Fridays, and that's starting to slow down quite a bit, so that's a good thing. Got our culvert crew out, and been trying to do a little patchwork, because the blacktop plant will be shut down here soon, probably sometime next month, so trying to get that caught up. And then we've, on the bad days, we've been running a tree crew, trying to trim up some of the roads. And I think we poured a little pad, well, the guys did, poured a little pad for the sheriff, for his dumpster, a little concrete pad, helped him out a little bit there, so. That's about all I got on that. I think Andrew's got some pictures of our progress down at the road department.
Fancy.
We did get our epoxy floor down. It looked real nice. It's looking nice. And yesterday they installed our big lift really nice piece of equipment. That'll help Travis and them out tremendously.
That will do fire trucks and all, right?
It will. Yeah, it's a
60,000.
60,000-pound lift, so.
That's great.
And those lifts are portable. You can take them off of that platform and use them in another bay or, excuse me, or outside if we prefer to do that. So, real nice piece of equipment. Fencing was supposed to start today, but they pushed it off till next week because of the rain. It's supposed to rain again tomorrow, so they've got everything laid out there. The steps, I did get an update on those just a few minutes ago from Kevin. They're supposed to be in Monday and Tuesday of next week installing those, so that'll be a big help. And then the electric panel, I talked to Sammy this morning on it, right before it came down to court, and he's working on trying to get approval for the changing the 400 amp to two 200 amp panels because of the issue of not being able to get that 400. And the way I understand it, it'll work fine. It's just, he don't know how long we're gonna have to wait if we wait on that 400 amp service. So it's been ordered for over a year. Still don't have an answer.
Can I ask a question?
You sure can, Squire.
How many times have they delayed the steps? Do you know? I know one time they said it's gonna be on October the 28th. Today is practically November the 28th.
Right. Yeah, those steps have been something for
Have you
6,
actually
7
ever,
months now, but
who's got the contract on those?
SLA,
Have you actually seen the steps?
I have not.
I don't think they made them yet.
Like I said, I asked Kevin for an update this morning because they were supposed to be in, last week we had a meeting. They were supposed to be in this week.
I've heard that. I mean, I'm sure they're telling you exactly what you're telling us.
Right.
I don't have any doubt about that, and I'm certainly not challenging you at all.
Yeah.
But I've heard them kick this, you can kick things down the road, you get tired of, the can gets wore out.
Right.
And, if they're not here next week, Tuesday next
Monday
week,
and Tuesday is what he just said.
we need to go see them. I want somebody, where is this place located?
It's in Winchester, I think, is where they're.
Well, I can drive over there if
shop.
somebody wants to go with me. I want to see them.
They did tell us in that meeting that they are not prefab built steps. They have the metal and they're gonna manufacture them on site.
No, when did I hear that? Just right now.
Well, you were out of town during our last
Yeah,
meeting.
that last meeting.
Well, I think what I heard on October the 28th is going to be here on that day, is going to put them in.
I think what we were told.
I mean, this
was
is frustrating to, I'm sure Duke and everybody out there, that we can't get a 400 amp panel. And I'm not an electrician, but I believe two 200s would work. But I'm certainly not trying to be something I'm not. But I am sitting here hearing a report that some people tell you that don't seem to be able to be backed up.
Right.
And if they're not here Tuesday, maybe I'll come by and we're right over there. Or I can go myself. I'm not asking you to
It
do
was
it.
explained by Codell that there's a big shortage of the treads. They've been waiting on multiple jobs for the actual treads that they send. So that's what we were told, what, just last week or whenever that last road committee meeting was.
That's correct.
So,
I wonder what they'll tell us Tuesday.
yeah.
Hopefully they'll be here.
Squire Blackburn.
Did they say they were gonna build them on site?
Yes.
That's
What they said last week.
Yeah,
Before that,
it's
they
been
said
very
they were-
contentious. Yeah, we've had some
Due to the
issues.
slope of the floor and the way they're going on, the metal was sent out to be pre-cut. Am I being correct on that? And the treads and everything, then when they come on site, they're gonna assemble them and then do the welding on site.
Wow. And then they still have to be coated,
They're gonna be painted.
so we went away from the epoxy or whatever that was.
We had a big meeting about
Yeah, they're
that.
supposed to
Yeah.
protect that floor and put down fire blankets and everything where they're gonna do the welding, so.
I don't care if they paint them with water. I'd sure like to see them out there.
Yeah, I don't understand on site. I mean, you take a measurement and go.
That's what I
Squire
said.
Wisman.
What's our fall date for the project? I seem to remember end of the year.
Well, it's
For
actually
full
legally, I think it's like the 20-something of January,
Yeah,
but their
mid-January.
goal is the end of the year.
I was just
Correct, Duke? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I thought.
20th of January?
Yeah, we'd have
Somewhere
full
around
everything.
that time, middle of January.
We'd have full contract, but yeah. timeline, they're still doing very well.
55 days?
It'll be that long getting this deal.
I believe if we can get this electric panels situated, straightened out, then things will move forward pretty quick.
Well, I didn't want to insinuate I knew more than I did because I'm not an electrician, so my comments were worthless really.
I believe what was explained to us in that last road meeting was, for some reason, the 400 amp panels are on a huge shortage, like in North America. They can't get them. I mean, they're held up everywhere. So the conversation was to have the electrical engineer go back and basically redesign it with two 200s, which, you know, there's some talk that might even be better because you wouldn't have to shut the whole shop down if you had something going on. But they have to do load calculations and all those things, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
But Squire, I'm with you. 200 plus 200 is 400, so.
Any way you look at it.
Any other questions for Duke while he's here? All righty. Duke, thank you very much. Let me ask you a question real quick. Two questions. How's that new mower working? Everything still good on that end?
Yeah, the mow trim?
Yep.
Yeah, awesome. We've actually made it around the county, so if you guys have any areas that we didn't get, just let us know, but I think we pretty well made it around the county.
And then the grapple truck that you and our solid waste coordinator kind of jointly bought together, how is that working out as far as efficiency and things like that?
It's awesome, yeah. Saving a whole lot of manual labor, and the guys love it, so.
That's good.
You know, it's been a big help.
Good deal. That was the whole purpose of it. Good deal. Duke, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go to my judge's report today on November 26th. First thing I have, on the 16th, I attended a very, very nice Capital City Museum 10th anniversary celebration. It was held at Castle and Key. It was a great event, all in all. I can't say how good of an event it was because it truly was. It was a lot of people in our community that was there. I don't even remember, a couple hundred people probably. I know they raised some good money. I haven't heard what the final number was, but it was good to hear kind of how the museum was started and who started it and the reasoning behind it and things like that. So very nice. On the 18th, some of us attended the ROK Chili Luncheon, which stands for Rotary Optimus Kiwanis. Now at the VFW, I think that was very well attended. They had a whole lot of auction items and things like that from different places around the community. So appreciate everyone attending that. Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and that was to benefit. Do you want to speak on that for 2 seconds? Go ahead.
Just quickly.
Yeah, no. Go ahead.
It was good to see the community collaboration, everybody come together to support an organization that supports some of the most vulnerable in our community. So it was really nice. Great turnout. Ran out of dessert, ran out of a few things because there were so many people not only there at the event, but taking carry out. So it was a really good way to put a spotlight on vulnerability right now at this time of year.
Good deal. Thank you, Squire. On the 19th, I had...
No, go ahead. Chief.
Go ahead to it or something?
I want to ask Duke a question after you finish.
You sure? Go ahead. We've gone this long. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Go ahead.
One of the things on my mind was
That's
the forklift. Maybe you can answer that question. We're looking for a used forklift.
Oh, back at the road department. Come on back up, Duke.
Yes, sir. We're currently just watching Gov Deals, trying to, and I got a fellow at the state surplus, trying to keep his eye out for, we're wanting good used propane forklift, so.
I didn't know we found one or not.
We have not.
Duke had found the one, but it was about 6 inches short on the reach. So just to let everybody know, we're trying to find an indoor forklift because the top mezzanine on the road department will be able to use to store oil and just different things up top there. So good deal. All right, thank you, Duke. Next, was able to speak at the Frankfurt Chamber luncheon, Central Kentucky leadership class. I see Tish Shade is in the audience. The mayor and I, and Michael, I can never say his last name right, but he was representing Dr. Akapo. So it was very engaged in a class that's very into what was going on in the community, and they're from all over the state, the surrounding county. So it was very well attended. Next, we had Derek Graham's reception. So as most of you all know, Derek Graham is retiring as of the end of December. He has served 22 years in the House, representing Frankfurt and Franklin County. So it was a very nice event that was attended by a lot of us, and the governor was able to speak, and former Lieutenant Governor Crit Llewellyn and some other speakers. So needless to say, by the time we got up there, it wasn't much to say. You never want to follow the governor, let alone Crit Llewellyn. So we did our best there. We did our best. So very nice reception there. On the 21st, very, very nice thing. Our very own Yes Arts received the Governor's Arts Award. L. Travis is pictured there with the mayor and myself. It was a great event in the Rotunda. Very, very well deserved award for what she is doing for the community and trying to fight this drug epidemic and everything else through art, using art, especially with kids and the vulnerable. So congratulations again to Yes Arts for that amazing award. Next we have Cram the Cruiser. I think you all probably, I think state police have done it up until the last couple of years, and now the city and sheriff's department is in on it. So I believe it's a 3-day event, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. On this Saturday from 8 to 4, it's Cram the Cruiser for the sheriff's department. I spoke to the gentleman yesterday that's helped putting it on. They're still looking for some volunteers. That's why I'm bringing it up to the court. I can send you all an email. 2-hour shifts, I believe it is, and basically we would just hand out the pieces of paper as people walk in. Hopefully they'll purchase some things for Cram the Cruiser, but as you can anticipate, there is a little bit of competition going on between the state police, the city police, and the county sheriff's department. So this Saturday from 8 to 4 at both Krogers. And then next is the aluminum recycle can update. And I see Allie is with us, so I'm going to go ahead and have her. I didn't think she was going to be able to be with us, so I'm going to have her explain what we have going on there. Good morning, Allie.
Sure. Good morning, guys. I just wanted to update that for the aluminum can recycling drive. Again, that's in February, and so we're inviting all schools in the county to participate, private, public, everyone, city, county. I have confirmation from Franklin County High School to participate, Western Hills, Frankfurt High School, Collins Lane, and Capitol Day School. So I have confirmation from those schools. We're still needing confirmation from our middle schools and most of our elementary schools. So if you guys have contacts there, send them my way. I've sent out emails to admin a few times. Mark Kopp is pushing it out as well on his end. Most schools have gotten a letter, but I'm still sending those out. So yeah, we're trying to get everyone on board, but county personnel will be picking up cans every Friday. So far, the plan is that students are responsible for the collection, the sorting, and the counting. Then they send me the number that they counted. And that's what we're looking at. We have an account with Taylor Recycling for all those funds to go in a specific account, and then the school that raises the most amount of cans will get the funds for some sort of school-wide incentive. Yeah, and Capitol Day School had me at an assembly last week, and they're really excited to participate, and it was really fun to be there. So, do you guys have any questions for me?
Bar with me.
Thanks, Alec. Could you speak just a little bit about why we decided to do this drive, and will there be any kind of lesson plan associated with it about the life cycle of recycling?
Yeah, we're focusing on aluminum cans since those are infinitely recyclable. And then the task force, Squire Wisman, has talked a lot about the aluminum plant in Berea, and aluminum cans get turned into, what are they called, ingots? And they go through town, as you guys have seen, and then they go past Louisville to get turned back into cans. So we have that full closed loop right here in Kentucky, which is really neat. And so we're sending that information to schools as well, and mostly just an awareness piece about the benefits of recycling, especially with the city recycling still being down. So.
And Kentucky leads the nation for aluminum production and recycling. The fun fact that is odd for anyone to know about our state. So,
Squire Wisman, I'm going to ask you a trivia question. Did you ever figure out how many aluminum cans it takes to make one of those bars on the train?
Let me go back and find it. Yeah,
I couldn't remember.
I reported that
You've
already.
been talking about it, and I've been meaning to ask you, how many cans, as those trains come through downtown, every time I look at one of those big bars, I wonder how many cans it took.
Yeah.
So, Squire Blackburn, while he's looking for that.
I just wanted to add, you said you went to Capitol Day last week. My daughter teaches there, and she said the kids actually got excited about the competition and you being there and speaking with them. So she had met you at the Spell Balloon. Allie was there, so I was like, being a part of the community is a good thing, and I appreciate it.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah, I would love to speak at all the schools, so they know I'm available, but it was great to get to kind of explain the drive in person and the logistics of it to the kiddos.
Alrighty, Ally, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Alrighty, last but not least, December 7th is the annual Christmas parade. So we went ahead and signed up, so I'd like to invite, obviously, the full court, families, employees, anybody part of this Franklin County team is welcome to walk with us. I believe Duke has two trucks.
That is correct.
2 trucks that they're going to decorate down at the road department, and we're all going to walk with it. So looking forward to that, seeing them all lights and decorated. So December 7th we'll do it again. So alrighty, it's the end of my judge's report. We're going to go ahead and jump into any questions from the special meeting on October 23, 2024. All right, seeing none, we're going to jump down to the next one. Any questions on the October 30th regular meeting? Squire Sebastian.
Thanks, Judge. I spoke to Kim this morning about the change in regard to tab 3 and tab 4. So I think she's going to make those quick corrections and get that back out to everybody.
Okay, and that was on the October 30th, correct?
Yes, tab 3 and tab 4.
Okay, thank you. Kim, you good with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Alrighty, any questions on
Judge, the 30th.
Go ahead.
The second page, third paragraph, motion by Squire Wisman, seconded by Squire Tanner, but it was a first reading. I can't remember exactly how this went, but there should not have been, at least in this paragraph, a motion and a second.
Yeah, should have been the first reading.
And I thought that was the meeting, and I could be wrong, so I was going to ask everyone else's memory. Unless that was to table the item?
It is to table the item.
So,
It's towards the end of the paragraph.
okay, could we just maybe reorganize I couldn't remember exactly what we did with that one,
Yeah, I can move the tabling up to the front.
if you would.
Okay, thank you, Squire. Alrighty, we'll move on to the November 6th. Any questions on those minutes? Squire Wisman?
The second page, the 5 items that were all for the Lakeview, Duckers, not Lakeview. It's just an error. There's a parcel, but it's written as partial.
What paragraph's that, please?
I think it's just all of them.
Oh, all of them?
I'll fix it.
Okay.
I think it's just a
Yep.
autocorrect kind of thing.
Yep, perfect, thank you. Alrighty, and then on, any questions on November 7th? November 18th? Alrighty, seeing none, I'm gonna invite our county clerk up. Hey Jeff, how are you doing?
Good afternoon, how's everybody doing?
It's still morning, buddy, it's still morning.
I don't know, I've been here a while.
No, it's still morning.
I've got Terry Young with me today, and the reason I've got her with me today, as I reported to you in the last meeting, that was our 10th straight clean audit. I told her I was bringing her with me today in case there were questions I couldn't answer, and as all of you all know, very rarely is there a question I can't answer. I wanted to recognize her today, because you don't get 10 years into this, and you don't get 10 years into it with almost $180 million dispersed to taxing districts, to government bodies, and do the job that we do without somebody behind the scenes that's doing the day-to-day hard work that she does on an everyday basis. So I wanted, some of you all know her, but some of you don't. So I want you to see the eyes behind the screen. This is Tara.
How you doing?
Yay.
I think on occasion we forget to recognize the ones that do the hard work and keep us going in a straight, narrow line and make sure that everything's paid in a timely manner. I haven't done this before with Tara, but I will tell you that she's been a very solid solid bookkeeper and has done an amazing job for the clerk's office. So I just wanted to recognize her and thank her. And
Would
I'm
you like to
still
say
gonna
anything, Tara?
No. I'm glad to be in the background.
Okay, just want to make sure.
But thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
If you all got all my budget, I did what I told you all I was going to do. I gave you a line item budget, and then I also gave you our full budget as we have seen it throughout the years, and we've adjusted. We've made sure that we're trying to give you a clear picture of what we're having expectations for the 2025. I'm not on the same budget cycle that you're all on. We're on a calendar year, not a fiscal year. So it makes it a little difficult because your budget cycle has already been going now for 5 months, 4 months. We are just about to begin our new budget cycle. I'm seeing different trends, our motor vehicle trends, our land record trends. Right now they are slowing. We're hoping in the 2025 cycle that they start to increase and the economy starts increasing. But right now we're seeing a slowing trend. Once again, this is a budget. I can only assume what we're going to do in new car sales. I can only assume what we're going to do in housing transfers and development transfers. So it is a budget. It was very well thought out, very well put together. We spent several hours trying to get a real pulse of what was going to happen. Overall, you see the bank-to-book balance as $564,463. That is quite a bit larger than what we have anticipated in the last several years. There is one thing that is very different about this year, and I'm sure that all of you all realize this, but there is no election this year. So without having an election in, that automatically gives back around $200,000 to $245,000 that we do not have to spend. On my line item for elections, I did allow for a $50,000 line item in there. I will tell you that we have expectations. We will try to do our best to go after the HAVE grants. And the reason we're going to try to do that is the only last piece of our equipment that I think needs to be overhauled and looked at are the printers that print the ballots. We've been using those for 4 years, and the Oki printers have done their job, but they've been the biggest thorn in our side. So we're going to switch over to a Brothers printer. But once again, I left some money in there for those, but we're really anticipating getting HAVE grants from the State Board of Elections to purchase those. But I didn't want to leave nothing in there in case we did have some expenditures on those. I can go down line by line. I can do it however you all would like to. The budget is, quite frankly, very simple. There's a 3% raise in there for the employees. Outside of that, we just recalculated and made sure we were taking a 3-year snapshot. The delinquent tax is always a hard one. Why is the delinquent tax hard? Because we had a very large taxpayer in the delinquent period in 2022. With that, when that happens, it really throws off our payment numbers because those are fees that go back to those taxing districts. So it makes it hard to get a central number on those. We did a 10% increase on the delinquent tax base. I don't foresee it to be a 10% increase though, so that's something that we may have to adjust at some point along the way.
All righty. Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Squire Wisman, questions for our clerk?
Yeah, Jeff, could you just give us if you have it, I didn't go back and pull my own notes, but a reference of where we're at with your budget this year versus last?
We have increased all the line items to try to make them mimic what we think actual numbers will be. It's really hard to do when you're trying to anticipate what the economy's going to do, and when you're talking about usage tax, which is based off new car purchases. I don't want to over exceed that because that's where the taxing districts get their numbers. So I don't want to tell the Franklin County Board of Education, the Fiscal Court, the conservation districts, the city schools. I don't want to say you're going to get this large lump sum that you're not going to get out of tax dollars if I don't think them to be correct. I would rather under anticipate and over deliver. it's always better for them to budget on something that I know we can obtainably hit. I know that that's probably not an exact answer to your question, but that's the realistic answer to your
Just
question.
generally, are we, even with your conservative budgeting, are your numbers of income and expenses greater or less than last year?
Our
Still-
expenses are always under. If I put a line item out there, I do my best as the clerk to be fiscally responsible and make sure that our expenditures never exceed. Our revenue base has exceeded for the last 3 years. I have tried to get a closer snapshot on the revenue basis.
Other questions for our clerk while he's here with us?
Guys, it's a pleasure. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Thank you very much. Alrighty, next we have the, annual order? Who's doing that? Jeff was? Oh. Can you grab Jeff real quick, please?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, I believe you have the next one of setting the, annual order for deputies and assistant,
Oh, yes. I apologize.
yeah, you're so
That's the
excited.
one I went over earlier. I did it on line item as a 3% budget increase
Okay.
from previous years.
Any questions on that? Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Alrighty. Next, oh, there he is. Well, why don't you come on up? So next we have an agreement between us and the Expo Festival, and you want to go ahead and state your name for everybody?
Name's Bo Sutherland. I'll use my nickname. That's what everybody knows me by. I live at 1042 Devane Lane.
So you want to talk to the court a little bit about, we've had a couple meetings together as far as you all hopes and wishes to move the festival to our county park. You want to kind of talk to the court a little bit about where we are?
I do. I've got some packets I wanted to just give you. This is going on my 3rd year as a board member with the Expo. I came on the Expo board back in 23 when we came back from our 5-year hiatus from the plaza being tore down and all that. But anyway, we want to move the Expo to the county park. We're having some logistic issues downtown that we want to do like we've always done. Well, in the very beginning, it was a 4-day event. We're down to 2, and we'd like to stay at 2. But the Expo, I know it's had its issues in the past, but I think if you've been to it the last 2 years, you've seen a change in it. We're trying to get back to where it was when it first started, more family-oriented, more vendors, more arts and crafts, still with a carnival. I've got some numbers here in 2023, which was our first year back. We had a total of 59 spaces that was rented. 20 of those spaces were local, 9 counties, 3 out of state, 16 arts and crafts, 14 food trucks. We saw a huge increase last year. We had 77 total spaces, 25 local vendors, 24 counties represented, 4 out of state, 32 arts and crafts, and 20 food trucks. The last 10 years, we have donated, they can only give me back to the last 10 years. On the charity, we've given in the ballpark of somewhere probably around $10,000 to $14,000. Last year, we gave our proceeds from our cornhole tournament and the car show to the men's shelter. I think you have those toward the back of your pamphlet on the amounts. But we come before you today, we're looking for a home, a permanent home. Now, we understand that, you know, Lakeview's got a lot going on. And we still would like to try to work with the county if it's all possible. You know, we're trying to make family memories. The expo is free. The only thing you have to pay for if you come to the expo is for the rides and your food. We make our money off of the vendors and the carnival, and that in turns, you know, depending on how much we make, you know, we give more to charities. But that's where we're at.
I'm going to ask before we open up for questions. Charlie, I see Charlie Lewis in the audience. Charlie, you want to come up for a minute and kind of talk to the court a little bit about kind of where you are with everything?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, court. Yeah, we've had a few meetings with the Expo board members, a few of those, and we realize they're looking for a home, and we also realize that this is also the fairgrounds. So, you know, we have a festival. So we're trying to look at the time of year that they want to come up to where it obviously does not interfere with what we already have planned and what we've been doing in past years. So they're June, fair's July. So we're separate months. We're spread out a little bit. We think we might be able to accommodate just certain areas of the park. Obviously, we've got some construction coming with the ball fields, so they're aware of that. They're aware that parking is going to be limited, so the devil's going to be in the details of how we set it up. But if you guys want to give it a shot, you know, Lakeview's the county park, but it's also, you know, a great spot, you know, for Frankfort as well. So I'm open for your all's opinions and suggestions, but if you want to go with it, I'm on board. So it's totally up to you guys, but we can make it work.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Squire Sebastian has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. The park will still be open for the public to come in and out and utilize areas of the park while Expo is going on, correct?
Correct.
I mean, are there some activities that are over near the Farm Bureau Pavilion? It seems like all summer long there are activities there.
We do. In the summer, we have some ag shows that obviously pick up seasonally, and those will be ongoing. For example, that particular weekend, we have a unique show that's unique actually for the state of Kentucky. It's called the Kiko Goat Show. It's a unique brand or a goat from New Zealand. But Lakeview is their home. They've been coming for 10 years. And they put out brochures, they fill up our hotels and go to our restaurants. So those types of events, yes, will still be ongoing.
So this is sort of, in my mind, kind of a demonstration of what our goals and aspirations for Lakeview Park are, where there are many activities going on. The public can still come in and utilize a variety of areas in the park while there are multiple activities going on.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Correct.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Squire Tanner, do you have a question? I'm sorry.
I have a question, but might be from
Bo?
Are we gonna include you know, you can sit there. A carnival, will it be included also if we move to Lakeview Park? So we have a carnival in June and then one in July, both, 2 times? But fine with me, I just wanna make sure that that's not overdone, but it may not be enough.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna ask,
It's new.
Mr. County Attorney, have you looked over this lease?
Yes.
Everything's okay?
Yes.
Any other questions for our Wisman?
Just generally about the lease, is this effectively our standard lease for Lakeview, or it seems a little light to me? I've got a downtown events, about 10 pages to ensure that everything's covered, so
We keep it simple here at the county.
yeah. I'm thinking.
Like the way you think, Charlie. Like the way you think.
Simplicity.
Thinking maybe we should look at that, but I just wanted to see if that was sort of standard, or if this was created just for this, if there's some particulars here, like the entrance.
I can tell you it was
amounts.
created for this event.
Okay. All right.
What other questions we have for Mr. Sutherland or Charlie Lewis? All righty, thank you. Thank you, Lewis. All righty, next I'm gonna ask Mr. Gil Johnson to come forward.
Get up, seat there. Thank you, Judge.
We'll go ahead and state your name again.
Gil Johnson, attorney in connection with representing the county in connection with the interlocal agreement that's been the topic of conversation. One of the things I want to do is kind of go over what has occurred since the work session. And I need to make sure that everybody's got the right agreement. So Judge, if you have no objection, I'd like to give
So
you.
Gil's gonna explain this, but there's literally a couple typos and everything. So he has reprinted what you have. So I'm gonna recommend, since he's gonna hand out two things, I'm gonna recommend what was in your packet to disregard, and this is gonna, it was literally some, he's gonna go over the changes. There was some grammatical and things like that, so. But I think to make it simple, and so we don't get confused, item number 10 in your packet, let's just recycle that. And these are the new documents. Just don't want anybody getting confused. And then Gil can go over those couple.
And I've got, you already have this, I'm not giving anything new, but I wanted to also make sure that we're on the same.
Yeah, just hand that, and I think
If this is the one.
it'll be easier just to disregard what was in our packet altogether, and this replaces it, so there's no questions. I don't want to jump back and forth and back and forth, but this one hasn't changed at all. It's the same that was in the packet, it's just trying to make it simple.
So just for abundance.
Do you have enough there?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Again, this resolution was the same one that was in, I understand, your November 15th, last Friday.
Give it to Kim, he's got enough.
22nd packet. But I asked the judge if we can make sure that we had the proper ones before you. So let me start without getting into my material here. I think I met with you all on November the 18th, and there were some, there was an interlocal agreement proposed, and just to kind of digress just a moment, the original interlocal agreement was not prepared by me. It was prepared by attorneys in the McBrayer firm. It was a bare bones placeholder type of agreement. It didn't have the things that I thought it should have and what's required by statute on interlocal agreements. The judge then asked me to look at that, and I communicated directly with the lawyers at the McBrayer Law Firm regarding that, and then began to put some meat to the bones, if you will, in that agreement. Most of them, those changes came at that time from the McBrayer Law Firm, and I was in a review process. Well, that fast forwarded us to November the 18th, that we had an agreement that we presented to you all during that committee meeting, and I think there were a number of questions asked, and we addressed those sort of things. So later that morning, on November the 18th, I met with the city attorneys, on that draft, and they had not made any proposals whatsoever, any suggested changes. Nothing had come from them at that time. But I did go over to meet with them, address whatever concerns they may or may not have had, any questions they may have had, to the extent that I could answer. Shortly after that, and I may get my date wrong, but I think it was that following Wednesday. Yeah, it was Wednesday. The city attorney or solicitor contacted me by email and gave me some of her suggested changes. One of the most significant changes was reference to future projects. And there was a concern, I guess, on the city attorney's part. Maybe the city manager and the assistant city manager were at that meeting. And they had indicated that they only wanted to isolate any development or the interlocal agreement to cover any development only in one particular area, which I think has been referenced here out on Keaton Lane. And they did not want to have anything about future projects, saving that for subsequent conversation, but not in this particular document. That actually made sense to me. I didn't, from my perspective and from a legal perspective, which is the only perspective, excuse me, that I could have, I thought that was appropriate. I think there were some other changes I will mention briefly. They wanted to go to a 20% host fee, but Anderson County and Lawrenceburg were opposed to that. All these previous ones had only been on a 10%. So with that, taking out the future projects reference, it became a much smaller document and a little bit more concise, if you will, for lack of a better word. So if I'm not missing anything calling from memory, that was pretty much what their changes were. We adopted those changes, I adopted those changes and put them into a working draft and sent it back to Laura, and I did send it back to the McBrayer lawyers as well, who were speaking on behalf of Anderson and Lawrenceburg. We came to find out shortly after that Anderson County and Lawrenceburg had approved the interlocal agreement. Let me stop right there and just make this comment to make sure we're on the same page. All of this does is approve an interlocal agreement that allows you to take the next step forward. It's not the development. It's none of those things. It's to enable the Regional Development Authority to apply for and secure the PDI grant. Without it, we can't do it. No one can do it. And so that's what everybody's kind of been working for, not to do the actual development, but to get the mechanism so that the state of Kentucky would participate in this program with the grant. Well, in any event, Anderson and Lawrenceburg approved the resolution. I have not seen it, but I have been told, and I should get it today, they have signed the agreement. So as far as they're concerned, and they signed the agreement that is in front of you right now that I passed out. Yes, ma'am. That brings me back to the point about what occurred, I guess literally last night, and maybe since Friday, is that I get another email from Laura, and she's found a couple of omissions, or typos, if you will. One of those typos was we had the term initial project outlined in there, and we took it out because you only needed the word projects, and she got rid of future projects, and we missed some. So I took those out at their request, or she took them out, and I incorporated them in what you've got there. And then yesterday, late afternoon, they being the city of Frankfort, that the legal description of the property be inserted where there was a placeholder. And that was it. Now, that had not come to you simply because I never had the legal description. That was with the McBrayer law firm, McBrayer attorneys, and they obviously provided it to me.
So while there were a number of documents going around, there were no substantive changes to the documents you now have in front of you. I will also state that there were no changes to the resolution, but again, Judge, in an abundance of precaution, what you got here in front of you, just so you got the same one. I think that's pretty much what occurred. Not a lot of difference from what you saw on November the 18th and what was in your packets, I guess, Friday, Kim, and except for the typos, legal description, and what I just indicated to you, the city of Frankfort had provided to me, their attorneys. So, Judge, that's the chronology of the events that have occurred that led up to the document that's in front of everybody.
Okay, thank you, Gil. So we're gonna open it up to any questions anybody might have from Gil on what this interlocal agreement does, says, or any of the above.
Judge, just a point of order first. I've asked multiple times that nothing be said in front of us that we've not had time to digest, even if there's a period changed, without a markup so we can see, what exactly has changed in the documents. Again, I've got a black and white copy, and I realize this is a moving target, but that doesn't give me an opportunity to fully digest this, or the public that's already seen a previous document. I just don't like that process, and I'm going to have to say that has to stop. Anything could have been sent out this morning or yesterday or something to let us know there's been an update, and it's becoming a pattern. It seems like every meeting we have something else laid on our desk at the last minute that we're supposed to vote on that day, and I'm uncomfortable with that. So I just want to state that we've got to find a better way to address
Well, unfortunately, things change, and I mean, he called me at 5 o'clock last night, and I didn't want to send this out at 5 o'clock and then confuse everybody. And I think we can trust Gil because he represents us when he says there's some periods and a couple words that have changed. I mean, I hope to God that we could trust him, but.
It's about having time to digest something, and I'm here in a meeting and being asked to vote on this same thing the same day without having a chance to fully review it. This came up last time that we had some changes at very last meeting to our policy and procedure manual for the jail, that things were changed, that we didn't fully digest that. And, it's a consistent theme, so I'm just.
So Gil, could you hit the highlights again, just so we're all clear on what the changes were on this document?
Well, let me see if I don't see a property description that you mentioned in here anywhere in my quick reference, Gil.
You're looking at the resolution, I think.
I looked through both here.
There's a legal, you want to show it to me?
Could you show me interlocal agreement?
Interlocal agreement.
Yeah.
This is page 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, what other questions does the court have of Gil?
Well, so regarding this, the legal description of the parcels, it's 105 acres here reflected. Is that the entirety of the properties that KCDC has optioned?
My understanding is yes. That answer I have to give you comes from the McBrayer lawyers. So I trust what they do.
Penny, can you stand up and address that potentially?
It's only one farm, it seems.
I have the agreement in front of me, so let me just ask which.
Right there.
On the top of page 2. This is not the full
That's what I thought.
entirety.
It's only the Holt farm. It says, this is a public document, so I can discuss what it says now.
This is a draft document.
Yeah.
This is not a public document at this time.
So do we?
Draft document, as I understand it.
What's that?
The question is about if this is a public document or a draft document.
This is, well,
we're considering
it's been signed now by Anderson County and Lawrenceburg. So defer that to Max. Sorry.
Squire Sebastian.
From their perspective, it would be a public document.
So thank you for being with us, Mr. Johnson. So did Anderson County sign the document that's in front of us that limit it, or I don't know if that's the appropriate words, has only the 105 acres in it?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's true.
So nothing greater than that?
And the reason, let me caution on that. I talked to Ann Tyler Morgan, the lead counsel for Anderson or Lawrenceburg. She has the copy that you have in front of you. I asked her last night what the status of that was, and her answer was, they have signed it, and I will bring those to you tomorrow. I said, fine, thank you. So I know she has this draft because we've been on the phone, so.
Good, could you just clarify related to that, the copy that you just handed us, or the copy which you said just was updated
Copy that I
last
just handed
night?
you, yeah.
So they've signed that since 5 o'clock yesterday?
I don't know when they signed it. It has separate signature pages to it. My question again was, what's the status of Anderson and Lawrenceburg? And she said, we have signed that agreement, and she had this agreement, the one you have in front of you. So right or wrong, I put that together to mean that they have agreed to this particular document, the one that is in front of you. Yes, sir.
So, the question is, if we pass the document that's in front of us and theirs is different,
Right.
what is the procedure then?
Hey, I don't think it'll be different.
Well, I didn't say you thought it
Okay,
would be.
I understand what you're saying. What the procedure would be then, is they'd have to go back and reapprove it.
They would have to go back.
Yes, sir, they would. Because there would be a difference in your example, there would be a difference between what they signed and what we would propose if it's approved signed, and that would have to be reconciled.
But we have the understanding, this is what they signed.
Yes, sir, that's what I was told by them. Right, I have no reason to doubt her, I mean, I don't.
Right, I'm not doubting it. Sometimes people get confused.
Well, they do, but
Especially
I
if you're
will tell you,
older.
and I've done this quite a bit, and as you so well know, and I try to act more as a clearinghouse of documents as opposed to relying upon somebody else. So I have to rely upon my organizational skills, which are pretty good. But I kept a track of everything that I sent in my system of every document. And this was the last document, and this is the last document that I sent to them. By them, I meant McBrayer Law Firm. Don't I mean, y'all see it today, but.
Squire Westman.
Can we just go through some things, Judge? I'm wondering, the board appointments, when we met on the 18th, there was this discussion of 7 appointments.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one.
And there's now been 8 changed with everyone having 2 appointments, and I had expressed an interest in the 7th appointment instead of being appointed by the board that is created by all the counties, that Franklin County have somehow a little bit more leverage in that because the entirety of this development is in our county. But I see that's changed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I apologize, that is my bad. There was a request made from the November 18th meeting, which was 7, you're exactly right about that. And there was a request made, I want to say by the city of Frankfort, about going to another number. The statute says you can have a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 8. They wanted to go to 8, and I put that into the draft. But what I also did, what that also means is that everybody gets 2 picks. Each county gets 2, each city gets 2. So that kind of rounded it out, and actually, to be honest with you, when I saw 7, I thought it should have either been 6 or 8, and with 4 participants, 8 made sense to me. Now, that's just my the thought process, but the question to me was, is that permissible? And the answer was, yes, sir, it is, under the statute. That's what I'm saying. That's my bad, I apologize, I forgot to make that
Squire,
clear.
my intent is to vet those people with the court, and we'll decide together the two people that we want to put on there, and that's how we'll go about it.
That's great for now, Judge, but I just, I'm being cognizant that we're creating something in a rush manner I don't like, that it's going to outlast probably all of our lives in reality, potentially. I mean, this may go on 50 years from now, and in the future, whatever judge sits in your seat and the mayor sit in their seats, get to appoint people directly to those at will, on their own, without the review of the fiscal court or the city commissions. So, I'm thinking, again, we're creating an entity that has 6 other members to decide what happens in Franklin County, and I don't like that process. And I realize that is part of the regionality of creating these entities. My druthers would be to focus on the area in this county that our citizens and our comprehensive planning process and everyone has agreed, which is along the Twilight Trail corridor, to build out industrial. And my understanding is we would still be eligible for PDI grant to do that as a Franklin County with the city of Frankfort if we want to. But I'm just concerned about some things here, and I've got several others. But
Just one thing, I do not believe the PDI grant is available if you go something like this alone. It is.
Or it's non-regional.
It's designed to be regional.
Right.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding of the PDI grant.
I was reading the PDI, or the Cape PDI requirements, and had some input from some others that thought that it could be a possibility, but I don't know that for sure. Related to the board appointments, it has a notation that appointments shall be made within 10 days of a vacancy. I mean, if history is any precedent, we've had, the city of Frankfort, I think, went almost a year without appointing board members to our own Industrial Development Authority at one point.
Can't speak on somebody else.
I'm just stating some facts of process, and we have had vacancies in this body that this court approves that have been months past their due date, or vacancies that have sit. So I just don't see that being a reasonable action. I see where there's a need to mandate that those seats are full with 4 entities effectively being involved, but in the instance that someone doesn't appoint something, there's a vacancy and there's an action, and Franklin County is not fully represented because it was 15 days before we appointed someone, and the body met and made a decision without our representation there. What's the recourse? I don't see any penalty, if you will, if this isn't fulfilled, or any county or city somehow. And I'm just bringing up things for discussion that I see as problematic for the most part. So I don't know if anyone I don't have a solution. I mean, adding more length to that certainly probably doesn't benefit anybody to make it 30 days, but it does concern me that there are no penalties, or that there's a caveat that the board cannot take action or something without the full membership being present or fulfilled. Maybe that would be a solution, I don't know.
I had that as a notation as well. I'm just trying to give everybody on the court an opportunity to ask questions before I start, because I have a lot.
Yeah.
I tried to be a very active reader again last night of this document, so I'm going to try to go through it beginning at the front toward the back rather than skipping around. That may make it easier for everybody to follow.
Yeah, sure.
That has the benefit of the document. So again, I tried to actively read this last night for the last time. On the first page.
Squire, are you starting with the resolution or with
I am. I'm starting with the resolution.
Oh.
That was the first part of the packet. I apologize.
I don't have the resolution in front of me, but go ahead.
You want to take mine?
No, go ahead.
Gil, you left an extra one up here, I think.
Oh, do you? Okay, I got it.
Okay, thank you. So in that fifth whereas clause of the resolution seeking the establishment of the Keaton Lane Industrial Authority, it includes the acquisitions of lands for the purpose of developing industrial sites, parks, and subdivisions. I'm just trying to read what it says in here. So does that mean that if this is created, the Keaton Lane Industrial Authority can create a park within, this body seems to understand that the comp plan, there was an addition of 1,000 acres along the southern end of Franklin County. So if the industrial authority, when it says park, and creates that, would Franklin County be required to maintain a park since the land is within the unincorporated area of Franklin County, or would that be a responsibility of the industrial authority? Because I'm not clear on what park exactly means there. It may mean a subdivision of the.
Okay, let me see if I can.
And that's your world, so
Okay.
that'll help me understand what park exactly means there.
The language that you see there, which is in the second line, okay, is language that comes specifically from the statute, okay? So when I write these things, I like to track the statute to the extent that I can, and it is plausible. As to your second question, if for some reason the authority decided that a park was important, and I'm not so sure that the statute is really referring to recreational parks, but maybe they are. I think it's more for industrial, because a recreational park is not something that you do for economic development purposes. But to still answer your question, that would fall within the authority's jurisdiction.
So
you would not be responsible unless you assume responsibility specifically.
It just was confusing to have park in there, because that's usually, park is not, it can be a tangential quality of life issue, but it is not necessarily an economic driver on its own. And that's why it was just confusing with the word.
If you read the statute, if you read the purpose behind the statute that appears before Section 346, what you will note is that it is for economic development purposes. A lot of folks, including here in this particular case, but in other areas, refer to their industrial development areas as industrial parks. My interpretation of the statute, which would be subject to any judge's final interpretation, is that the word parks refers to economic development, not to recreational parks.
Recreational parks, okay. So my next question is going to track along the same line, because it uses the word subdivision. When I think of subdivision, I think of housing development within this industrial park area. Is that what the...
Again, I think subdivisions is a reference in all likelihood to housing as well, because that is economic development. The statute, in the beginning portions of the statute, refers to industrial and commercial uses. Subdivisions are, in fact, economic development drivers or necessities, perhaps. Affordable housing, workforce housing. I've dealt with this issue in a number of other counties. Again, I've not seen the subdivisions developed by authorities, but I think they would have the authority to do that.
So if that's the instance, and it indicates in this document in a couple of places, it says that the authority has the final say on a number of things. If they created a subdivision there, or another park, whatever that park, would they have to go before the planning and zoning process?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I'm just trying to be
just like
sure,
any other
because it
citizen.
says, and I'll probably get to that later, where it says that they are the final authority on a variety of things. So I'm trying to make sure I understand.
No, I think your understanding is correct. Again, and maybe this is not the place to respond to, maybe that's the next question, but if the authority had made a decision that it would be a good idea to do subdivisions in your example, because it's an economic driver, and they could demonstrate that it's an economic driver, you still have control over it because you have the appropriation piece of it. And if they don't have the money, they couldn't do the subdivision. Unless somebody was willing to loan them the money property outright, which they'd have the authority to buy. But it would not be an obligation of the county.
Okay, thank you.
Squire, can I interject just along your thinking here? You know, we've sort of discussed this project as a theoretical without any parameters of what it could be whatsoever. So I want to make sure we keep in mind that this could be industrial development as we've known in this county for 50 years, but this also could be in terms of economic driver. Let's say that for whatever reason Frankfurt was chosen, or this parcel was chosen to be a United States national sporting facility for soccer or something else. I mean, that meets the job qualifications we've discussed and is an economic driver. I mean, I just want to make sure that we understand the field is wide open as long as they meet some very, very few criteria in terms of the number of jobs that we've sort of discussed as 1,500 or more, and an economic driver for this region, right? Am I wrong in stating that?
No, I think you're right about some of that. You know, now I'm going into what you think the General Assembly thought process was when they adopted this statute, but they were looking for economic development, just like every community is. And they realized that it was probably far easier to do it if you had separate quasi-governmental entities doing that type of economic stimulus work. I can't say that is the legislative history of this act, but it certainly is clear from a reading of the statute, at least in my mind, that if it's an economic stimulus and it develops, then it's something that the authority can consider.
Squire Sebastian.
Okay, thanks, Judge. I'm looking at page 2 now of the resolution. I'm looking at the final whereas clause. Can you, it specifically referenced the subsequent approval by the county, any appropriations required. Can you talk with us just a little bit through that? I want to make sure I understand what this means.
You mean, are you looking at the one that has the
Whereas
KPDI in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want me to talk you through that?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand.
Well, let me read it real quick. Oh.
The part that
you're concerned
is the subject to the county. That's correct.
Okay.
That's where my...
Appropriations.
So...
That's the best way for me to answer that question. It's appropriations. If the county, what you've done in this resolution, as you'll see later in section 5, I believe, is that there is no appropriation being made. There is no money. So we're going to have to come back as they develop the projects and determine the appropriation. Now, the agreement itself calls for $1 million each from each of the parties. But when that money comes in, if it's appropriated, when that money comes in, then as it's expended by the authority, the Commonwealth will match that. Economic development will match, well, 50 cents on the dollar, which is a dollar for dollar match. You put up, in the example, $4 million, they'll give you $4 million. Okay? So when it comes down here and says subject to subsequent approval by the county, we're talking about the appropriation.
So,
I am anyway.
And so as I understood this in here, again, it is based on expenditure.
Yes, ma'am.
If X amount is spent to build a road by Franklin County or by all the parties, because
It has to
I'm
be
not
all
clear
the parties.
if it all goes into a collective pot, everybody puts their money in a collective pot, and then an expenditure is made, and then that tracks back some way to a specific governmental entity.
The cabinet, the economic development cabinet.
From the cabinet.
Yes,
back
ma'am.
to a specific governmental entity.
Yeah, you're not going to spend that, but you're not going to spend that money until you've got an absolute grant agreement. Don't know exactly how the economic development cabinet is handling these from an agreement perspective, but they will provide you with some sort of grant agreement that will outline that. And in fact, I got a call from Kylie Palmer, who told me, and I put this in the interlocal agreement, that it is a 50 cents for every dollar spent. And there was some confusion. Hey, wait a minute, I thought this was dollar for dollar. Well, yes, it is. If you spend $3 million, you get $3 million. You spend 4, you get 4. You spend 2, you get 2. So dollar for dollar, 50 cents on the dollar. Same, it's the same. But that's what that means.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Could I ask, shall we go and interact with each other as you want to go, or do you want to go completely?
No,
Since it's,
I asked for everybody to go ahead and make your comments before I start, because I've got a few.
I had several
A lot,
but
probably.
specifically related to this, could you just, for clarification, I'm assuming that every municipal body has a separate resolution that states that they are the entity that is, in this clause, is subject to approval. I just want to verify Franklin County is not the arbitrator of all approval for everyone?
Franklin County? I'm sorry, did you say Frankfurt or Franklin County?
This clause states that will be subject to subsequent approval by the county.
Okay. I can't tell you what Lawrenceburg did. Really can't tell you what the resolution said with Anderson County, except that this resolution was one that I had presented to the McBrayer lawyers for Anderson and Lawrenceburg. And I would assume that they'd make the appropriate changes. I didn't make any changes. I said, here's what we're considering. If you all want to follow that as a template, you have my permission to do that. If it was Lawrenceburg or the city of Frankfurt, if they followed it, they'd have to take the word county out and put city in there. Now, whether they did or not, I don't know. But the comment that I made to Ann Tyler was, I don't care what you put in your resolution, this is a resolution that's approving an interlocal agreement. So whatever you, as their counsel, think is appropriate, that's fine. Just so that if everybody comes to an agreement at some point in time, they all have the proper authorization to sign it. So I did not review a final draft of it, if that's your question.
I'm just seeing that the way this reads currently, in my opinion, without having seen the other county's resolutions, or the other city's resolutions, that this seems to read that this entire project stems or hems upon the approval of this body as Franklin County.
No, that's not true.
So that's what I'm just
No, sir.
verifying, just because
No, sir.
it's just talking point. Thanks.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge.
It's a tennis match.
In section 1, which is also located at the bottom of page 2, it states that the interlocal cooperation agreement may be amended with approval from the county judge executive without further action of the fiscal court. So can you elaborate, I guess?
Yeah, and the rest of the
Since-
language says, provided such amendments are not inconsistent with the provisions of this resolution and comply with provisions of the interlocal cooperation agreement as determined and approved by the county attorney, which was the checkoff to make sure. So what's going to happen with the interlocal agreement if it's approved? And I'm digressing a little bit, but I'll get to answer it.
Yeah.
What's going to happen is you have to present this to the Department of Local Government for approval. Now, the interesting thing about the statute that requires you to do that is that they can't change the term. They can't say, we don't like this term, or we like this term, or we don't. They can't change anything within the document itself. But they have the right to approve or disapprove if it does not meet the terms or provisions of the Interlocal Cooperation Act. So they can say, just to give you an example, they can say, Mr. Johnson, you didn't write the purpose in there, so it doesn't conform. I'd have to go write the purpose. Now, this does, because we have it in there. They'd have the authority to do that. So I worry that all 4 entities and parties would agree to this interlocal, and then we tender it, which we would immediately upon execution, and they'd say, you left something out, you did something that doesn't conform with the interlocal cooperation agreement, and then at that stage of the game, the whole process starts all over again. So we allow for that particular amendment. And you notice I did say Department of Local Government in there. Number 2, the agreement technically can't be amended now without the approval of all 4 because you have, excuse me, 2 signatures already. So it's fated to complete from their perspective, not necessarily ours, but from their perspective. So I needed to put that in. And the guidance is compliance with the act, compliance with the resolution, attorney's opinion
Okay.
or statement.
So I guess the furtherance of my question is since everyone here sits as a representative of the people, me especially being the one for the proposed industrial park area where it's going to be wholly launched, is there a rationale as to why I or other members of the body would not want a voice at the decision-making table if it fell maybe either within or outside of the parameters that you're talking about?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
So,
I apologize.
no, it's probably me.
No.
I stayed up really late reading
I
this
understand.
actively the very last time, trying to make sure I understood, because I got back from a trip and, and it was handed to me, and so I've been trying to make sure I understand everything in it clearly. I'm sure as everyone here has done, not just me. But where this talks about, with there being no further action needed of the court, and I think, I'm just trying to make sure that that is only if it deviates from the prescribed process of the statute. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's a
I
good
think-
question. I got it now. Yeah. The
I
answer,
think we're all just trying to make
Yes, sir.
sure that no one person, because as things go on in here, it seems like it takes some of the individuals who have been elected representatives of a body away from a decision-making process
No,
that
ma'am.
impacts a number of...
It's perfunctory. It's
So,
it's
I'm
it's
just trying to make sure
mechanical.
I understand that.
Again, and everybody here in this room, at least from your all's perspective, has to do with the Department of Local Government. And it's generally a pretty simple, easy process, but, sometimes they could have an idea about something that we think is, you didn't comply with the statute. Now, let's suppose that for some reason, as suggested a moment ago, we go now from 8 back to 7, we got to start over again.
What would be the argument to not remove that statute then? So I had that circled too.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Statutes, but what would be the argument for leaving in that determination that the county judge, executive, whoever that may be in the future, can act in this manner without the court's review? What would be the argument to leave that in if we're uncomfortable with that clause?
You mean at some future date, or this resolution?
This resolution.
I don't think there's any argument that I think it ought to be left in. I mean, every resolution I've done, and actually specifically more toward bond capacity, because as you know, Squire, I'm a bond lawyer. We've left that language in so that we could make adjustments, minor adjustments that aren't substantial adjustments if something occurred. Every time I get into a situation where I'm selling a bond, I'm not selling a bond, the bond's being sold, sometimes the trustee or a bondholder, if it's a private sale, wants some language that needs to be put in there, and we do that sort of thing. But once that document is signed, that's it. The only time you can amend that document is per agreement of the parties, and the interlocal takes control at that stage of the game. So it really isn't, it should not be that much of an issue here, because what will happen is if there is approval here today and Frankfurt approves, well, Anderson's already signed, I can't amend it without the agreement. I think Squire Tanner had made a comment about what would happen in the event that something changed from Anderson. What would Anderson and Lawrenceburg do? Squire Tanner, they would quite clearly have to go back, and that would be that. Back to their respective commissions in the fiscal court.
Squire Dacus.
And I apologize. The thing that I think, at least for me, is difficult about all of this, I mean, there's a lot of jargon, obviously, but I think, at least for me, the main thing is that we want to make sure that if we do this, we do not lose all control of this, and some board takes over, and then, we, the people that voted us into office, have no choices, correct?
Correct, I understand that.
Okay, So I want to make sure that I understand, that everybody listening to this understands, that we will be appointing two people, correct? The city will do the same. The other two entities will do the same. So we have 8. Fine, that doesn't really keep us safe. It just doesn't necessarily. They're part of the equation, but they don't, it's not going to keep Franklin County citizens safe necessarily. What I do think makes me feel better about it, at least, is that my understanding is this board will make lots of decisions, but they cannot make decisions without planning and zoning approvals.
Correct.
They cannot make monetary decisions without our approval.
Correct.
Okay, I just
As
want to
long
make
as the
sure.
money's coming from you.
Right,
Yeah.
right, exactly.
Or for you.
Right. So I just want to make sure that people understand that this is not handing everything over to some other body to make every decision.
And in
That
fact,
is-
in
that is
section,
not.
in section 5, I make it very specific that this is not an appropriation. You know, that decision has to be made at some subsequent date. So I'm not going to say this is a good example or a bad example, but if you decided that I think you have an obligation for the first $1 million, and it goes in a piecemeal. I mean, you don't write a check tomorrow morning
Right.
and send it out, but it has to go in piecemeal. And so there are checks and balances in that regard, yes. As to your zoning comment, they're like any other citizen. They are subject to those laws. They are subject to any law. They are a quasi-governmental agency. They are an agent and instrumentality of the 4 parties together. So this board it works toward that central goal of economic industrial development, economic stimulus, as I think I made reference to it earlier. And so it's how you feel about the 2 that you pick, et cetera. And you got the same problem if it's 6, you got the same problem if it's 7.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't, I don't believe it exists.
And you understand, though, I mean, just for the people listening, really, what I keep hearing from people is that they are afraid that this entity is going to make decisions that they do not want. That's the fear. And I understand that fear. I'm a little afraid of it myself, to be honest. So I want people to understand that this entity does not make all final decisions on everything. That is just not the way this works. That if there is money involved, like if we put money into this, then the fiscal court is responsible for that.
For your own money, yes,
Right.
ma'am. Let me, maybe this is an inappropriate time to say it, or inappropriate to say it at all, but, you know, my experiences, I think I have told a lot of you, especially you, is out of Warren County. And these were the same issues that I wasn't involved in those issues, but I formed those districts and I did all of that sort of work. And what I found is that each company that came into that area had to comply not only with zoning laws, but they had to comply with whatever state and federal environmental laws were. They had to do their own due diligence in that regard. And we've had projects, Warren County's had projects, another county has as well, Knott County, and they've had projects come in where people have voiced that concern and addressed those very specific environmental issues, both state and federal, and done their due diligence. Because the minute, if they buy a piece of property and it's got a problem with it, that problem is yours now, not the county,
Right.
the industry. So, yeah, those are very significant issues, and they're addressed. Now, the authority doesn't necessarily address them. It'll be that private industry. They're not going to come in here and do anything. Now, if it's an office building or something like that, it might be different. Does that?
No, you go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
All right, so section 3, the request for funding, now that's on page 3, still in this document, states that the county agrees to be responsible for administering the funds awarded from the KPDI program and any others if a federal application goes through, or a private grant funding source is obtained, etc. So is there an opportunity for the county to retain administrative fee for doing the work? Because administering funds like this they're not the most simple to do.
You, do what now? I'm sorry, I thought I heard something.
It's all right.
Are you talking, were you talking about the county receiving something over and above, is that?
No, so usually, I've applied for a grant, I've received the funding, money's come in. Doing the work to distribute, disperse, monitoring expenses, because you've got, there's an administrative fee for doing those things. Typically, that's set at a certain rate that usually is handed down from the federal government in November of every year, and there's a document that tells you what that is. And so I'm just trying to understand if this county and or other entities who may receive, since there are 4 parties, that potentially takes a portion of that. You see where I'm going?
I do. First of all, I can't tell you where the KPDI program deals with administrative fees and costs. No earthly idea. Maybe it does. But if it does, then that's the responsibility of the authority. Number 1. Number 2, the authority must prepare a budget. So let's digress a little bit. So what's going to happen on an annual basis? Well, actually, I think initially, once they adopt their bylaws, and they will turn around, they got to do a budget. That budget has to go through all 4 parties. So, and it's in the interlocal agreement that they'll present that budget to this fiscal court. If there's an administrative fee in there, then that's a part of it would be addressed. That's where it'd be addressed. Can't say it get paid, but I'd say it's addressed.
Okay, that helps me. Did somebody have a question up to this point? I saw some hands over there. I just want to make sure before I move on.
No, sir, I have a comment later on, but it's strictly just a comment, not a question.
All right, go ahead, Squire Sebastian.
All right,
Yeah.
so.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead,
Just,
Squire Wiseman, do you have something?
I'm constantly, and I feel that my job quite often, unfortunately more often than I would like it to be, is, as an elected official, is to be the devil's advocate for our public, right? And to figure out all the holes I can punch in things, not because they're maybe my opinion or my desire, but to make sure we're fully vetted and that I can answer intelligibly every question that's going to come to me from the public. So, related to what Squire Dykus said just a minute ago, I remember very specifically our organization that stands effectively as this, claiming a defense of sovereign immunity, that they had the right to effectively operate and do whatever they wanted to, regardless of the oversight that was defined within the context of their creation by the court and the city. And I'm always cognizant that even though there are protections built in, I want to make sure we go as far as we possibly can, that these organizations, if this passes, I quite frankly hope it does not, but that we protect the interest of our citizens, who we heard from many of today. So I want to make sure that, and I'm going to ask Gil in every instance, that how can we go further to protect the interest? If this was Anderson County, I would expect them to do the same thing if this was on their side of the county line, and we were coming in to do a project with them, which may be the case in the future, but currently the entirety of the proposed property, to my understanding, is in Franklin County, and I'm wondering in what instances, because you've been, and I'm going somewhere, but you've mentioned that the obligation of review is to each body that helps create this, only to the level that they contributed the funding, only to the amount that they put into the project. So is there any instance, because the property is in Franklin County, I brought this up on the 18th, that we can have a little more process, and maybe that is through our planning and zoning review, but we just saw what happened with them on changing 1,000 acres in zoning against the wishes of the community in the 2.5 year comprehensive planning process. Is there an instance that, how should I word this, I suppose, that we have any more review
beyond that of the financial obligation in this agreement or this resolution because the subject property in question is entirely in the county. Does that make, do I get anywhere with that?
Well, let's see, okay. Maybe I can address the very last few words that you said, just because.
I'm wordy, I know.
Huh?
I'm wordy, I know.
That's okay. Just because the property is located in Franklin County does not in and of itself give you any more authority because you enter into an interlocal agreement with respect to the development of that property. I don't know how to comment on the sovereign immunity issue because the authority is in fact a separate entity. It's treated as it can be sued and be sued in its own name. So if they did something wrong or broke something, you'd have that authority. So I don't think there's sovereign immunity there because the Commonwealth, or the General Assembly has provided that they can be controlled in that regard. Subject to that, you've got the budget appropriations on that aspect of it. And certainly, after the initial contribution, you are not required to make another contribution. Now, you will, your percentage interest would diminish, so you have to take that into consideration. But if you had to make that decision. So as they go down the road, well beyond the initial use of those funds and the PDI grant, you'll have to make a decision when it comes before you to whether or not you want to appropriate the additional funds. That's your call. Fiscal Court's call, I'm sorry.
Squires, you good? All right, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I'd like to move to section 102 on page 2 of the interlocal cooperation agreement. So Exhibit A here is this interlocal cooperative agreement, section 102, page 2. This section, it discusses the independent authority of the proposed industrial development authority. So I'm going to kind of follow some of this train of thought here in this conversation. So how does Franklin County ensure that its voice is heard regarding the type of industry it will wind up hosting as the host county? I know we're supposed to, because the document proposes, like we've all discussed today, an 8-member board for the proposed industrial development authority. And the Franklin County representatives could clearly be outvoted by any other members, by any other cohort of members, leaving no recourse for any other entity, especially this body, if it feels that the entity, if they feel like it's, especially if the 2 representatives or this group felt like it was not the highest and best use of the property. So I'm just concerned on that we potentially could be outvoted at any juncture.
As any of the parties can.
As any party could.
I can't deny that.
And that's the thing, as the host county, even though you say the playing field is level, and that's probably not the most appropriate terminology, I don't know exactly.
You have equal participation.
Thank you, that's a better way to say that than what I just said. However, in the grand scheme of things, we have more at stake because of that, because this is in the unincorporated area of Franklin County. So I say that to my fellow court members because I think it sounds like several of us are thinking in that direction and just, I guess, trying to voice that concern because there's the potential for it to happen. And it probably came up in the other 3 bodies for the same, because everybody's at the table holding cards, for this. And I think everyone's wanting, if it ultimately does go through, they want to see it flourish because there's a considerable amount of discussion about it. But you potentially could feel that it may not be the highest and best use of the property.
Well,
and then I have a question to add on to that after you answer this. So with this, I guess, with this body, could they, through eminent domain, decide they want to take more property? Because I'm very concerned about the eminent domain. I've not heard a soul. I've been waiting for somebody else to say that. So I have lots of question, but since they have a considerable amount of authority, it appears from reading this. I just want to make sure I understand that aspect of it.
Let's deal with the latter first.
Okay.
I, with 100% assurity, can tell you, I really don't know a whole lot about eminent domain. I know that it is a governmental function. It's statutorily driven, so you'd have to have the appropriate purposes. Now let me move forward to the first part of your question. I think what you have to do, as you look at this, you're looking at it from Franklin County's perspective, as you should. But when this is entered into, what it really becomes is a partnership with other governmental entities in order to create economic development, to create jobs, to create tax revenues, etc. And the Economic Development Cabinet, the Kentucky Economic Development Cabinet, in its infinite wisdom, or the General Assembly and the governor in their infinite wisdom, are willing to start matching dollars if counties and communities are willing to come forward. That's how I read the legislation, or the history behind it.
Okay.
So I think you have to look at this from a partnership perspective and ask yourself two questions with respect to Section 102. A, am I willing to get into partnership with three others and go through that? And then I think the second part is, if the goal is economic development, am I willing to do that? So I look at it as a partnership. I mean, my responsibility is to Franklin County, but you are, in essence, looking at a partnership type of agreement. And, yeah, sometimes that's hard. Partners on all these partners.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. You got something?
I guess Mr. Johnson said, look, eminent domain is not my background, so is
Oh,
that
I knew I could get it off on
I'm
your
not
back.
trying to-
I knew I could.
I'm just
I'm
trying
sorry.
to, no, I've been waiting for somebody else to say it.
You know,
Nobody's
you
gonna
know
say
how
it.
Max
So,
and I
I mean,
talk
for me,
about you.
it's a concern.
I leaned over and asked
Very
the same
large
thing. I think
concern.
he's looking it up right now. He doesn't.
Because this becomes a special purpose governmental entity. It has a lot of powers and responsibility that are ceded to it.
I can tell you that I'm not prepared to make an off-the-cuff decision or give an opinion on eminent domain, as this has just been dropped in my lap right now. So if you all want me to look into the eminent domain issue with this, I'm going to need a little time to do that. That has just now been dropped in my lap this second.
Can I say this? It's probably, from an eminent domain perspective, you have counties, cities have certain statutorily granted power, okay? You enter into this agreement, and then you say, I don't like what you're doing, I'm gonna exercise eminent domain. I don't think that's a good partner.
Plus, it's not this is a quasi-governmental entity. This is not.
No, I thought she was asking from Franklin County's perspective. That I misunderstood you. I
No,
thought-
what she's asking is could this industrial development authority start taking on eminent domain themselves? and
That I
start-
don't think so. I
And
think
like I
there's
said,
some severe
while I am
limitations on
not
that.
here, while
that's
this has
what
just
I
been
think.
dropped in my lap, with this being a quasi-governmental entity, I do not believe that they're going to be able to exercise the powers of eminent domain. I don't have the statute sitting in front of me, and I haven't read it here recently, but I can tell you that they are not, this is not a governmental entity.
I
This
think
is
there's a
quasi.
provision in KRS 15450 that specifically limits eminent domain. Now,
I've had a
even if
discussion-
theoretically they could, I'm saying theoretically, if they could, where are they going to get the money to do it?
They could get it from the other three parties.
Yeah.
Potentially, because that's one of the, as you were artful in the terminology of the partnership, and that
Yeah.
really is what this is.
Yeah, I thought you
And-
said Franklin County a minute ago.
No.
It's my understanding from a conversation with some attorneys in the past, I could be wrong, but that certain classifications of governmental entities that are created do have the right of eminent domain, to include industrial authorities, community development corporations, and some others. So I would like to be verified of that too, because to my understanding currently, they are one of the classifications of governmental, quasi-governmental entities that have the right of eminent domain.
Hey, Gil, let me ask you this. When you started out, you said this is written to the point that it's very specific on the area that it can be in, correct?
Yes,
They
this
can't
is,
go
yes.
10 miles down the road and say, we're gonna start another one
They,
down
they
here.
could not go,
So what I'm
if you're
saying
looking
is-
at it contiguous, that might be different,
Doesn't
but
state that.
no, they can't go. This agreement is specific, I'm glad you pointed that out, Judge, that they cannot go beyond, 10 miles down the road or whatever your example was. They're not permitted to do that under this agreement. So that in and of itself, if there is authority for eminent domain, would prevent it.
Can I follow up on that? Because
Please do.
that's a question I
Yeah.
will have, and since it's already brought up. What is the boundary that they are looking at? I'll just cross that off my question list. What is the boundary that
I can't
this?
answer it, I have no idea.
I just want to make sure I understand the boundary of this area. Is the boundary of this area the only, where it would, said in our original document, legal description, now is it just the 105 acres?
That would be
Is
my
it the
interpretation.
is it the entire southern end of the county that has the 1,000 acres that it sounded like while I was on vacation, the planning commission's put into this plan?
I'm gonna let
Or
Penny answer that.
I'm not clear on what that is. So that is a question, and it just came up, so it was a good time to ask it.
I'm Penny Peevler. I'm currently the interim executive director of our city and county economic development agency. I conferred with the McBrayer attorney team during the meeting. The language on page 2 defining the area is to be as straightforward a description as possible since the parcels are not yet a consolidated plat. The interlocal specifically allows for the contiguous expansion of the park, and that contiguous expansion could then encompass other options with this legal description. So in other words, this is the starting point that has been identified, and it can be expanded in a contiguous manner. And I'm reading this from the McBrayer document. Does that answer your question, Squire Sebastian, as it relates to the area?
So when you talk about contiguous, if 15 years down the road, and let's say this 105 acres becomes, in that 15-year time frame, becomes 300. I don't know, I'm just making up stuff now. Can they go for continued contiguous, and then where does contiguous stop? I guess is what
I hear what you're saying.
I'm
Well,
just trying to understand the
sure,
ultimate,
sure.
when I look at a situation or problem, I look at the picture frame around it.
Right.
And then I know inside, there's a lot of room to work.
The only thing
I don't know what that picture
The only
frame
thing
is.
that I can say is what I understand is that this body is the zoning body for this area. And so the area is not rezoned to this use. This document allows interlocal cooperation toward that purpose. And so specific parcels get rezoned for the use, and then they can be marketed and utilized. They can't be marketed unless they're not able to be utilized, in that way. And so I believe, and it is my understanding, that this body has the authority to do the rezone after any such time as the parcels go through planning and zoning, then they will come to this body. So
I understand
this new
that.
interlocal, they won't be rezoning anything. I understand the question that you're asking, which is the total project area. The total project area of the proposed project currently is those contiguous options which are currently jointly held by the agency that I'm charged with winning right now in Anderson County. Those are the only options that are currently held. However, this provision allows for additional contiguous parcels to be purchased. If
So we
such
don't
as the-
have any, so what?
There's
what
not
I-
anything that's defined
Yeah.
beyond what's in the legal document. And the legal document was drafted to be as straightforward as possible in that regard.
Okay, so I guess what, do we take away What is our takeaway from that? Right now, we don't know what the boundaries are. Would that be, I'm not trying to be,
No,
I'm not trying to overstate it or understate
Yeah,
it. I'm trying to understand it.
answer as factually,
Yep,
I want to answer
absolutely.
factually. So I think Gil can answer legally what the answer is. I think I can answer materially from the understanding that I have of the KPDI grant program, which is what these documents are for. They are for submission to the grant program. So there is not, at this time, a hard defined rectangle. There is the beginning of an opportunity to go and decide together with these partners what is being sought, the size of what's being sought. I can say with assurance from the Kentucky Cabinet for Economic Development that their recommendation to counties is to assemble parcels of about 350 acres at a minimum. And so we're, they're trying to do that. That was the intention with this inter-county, inter-city.
So you shared that at a minimum, they're looking at 350 acres.
That's their
That's a recommendation.
That's a recommendation.
I apologize.
Certainly, projects can be developed on 40 acres, on 100 acres, on 1,500 acres, and so there's a bit of an opportunity once this is formed to go and cast a wide net and see what's available, and then see what is desired. And so, with Franklin County acting as the grantee, specifically, Franklin County is controlling the financial allocations because you're the grantee. That's what you're agreeing to be. So any funds that come from the cabinet, they come to the county. And the county has to authorize that. So you're going to vote with that's your power, the fiscal power.
So they came with a recommendation for a minimum. They also have a recommendation for a maximum. Or they leave that open-ended?
They leave that open-ended because it depends on the industry. And as was pointed out earlier by other speakers, generally, a company will have a buffer, particularly a technology or advanced manufacturing company. They'll have a buffer so that they know they can expand, such as Topi when they came in 1984, purchase land adjacent to them, not knowing what their needs might be. They've been here for 40 years as an employer. They still retain the land next to them. They haven't used it yet, but they want to have that site control. So I think that's kind of the need. Does that help answer the question? That's my understanding, and I want to speak with the understanding that I have, but
Well, I think ultimately, let me jump in on that, because ultimately you sell the landowners that control if they even want to sell it or not, like the gentleman earlier who said, I don't want to sell.
that's great. That's his prerogative.
And then they have to bring it to the planning commission for
That's right.
rezoning, and then ultimately it comes here again.
That's right.
So I think there is some control.
Absolutely, because,
Yep.
yes.
Squire Tanner, you had something?
Well, my question is to whoever can answer it. All of these, all the property that we've talked about in this authority, if it's in Franklin County and not in Anderson County, the rezoning process belongs entirely to Franklin County. So I'm making a statement and asking a question at the same time here. If I'm wrong, somebody jump up and tell me I'm wrong. So it has to go through the planning commission, and if we agree with that, or the court at that time, unless the laws are changed, under current law, then we would have to either agree to that or not agree to that, or the court would. Let me get we out of it, because that's short term, really. Each court's got 4 years to make decisions anyway. So then that's another, unless it's in Anderson County, we're gonna make that decision in this county, whether or not it's gonna be zoned to do it or not. You can just turn it down and it won't go anywhere. Now this 105 acres that we're talking about right now, it hadn't been zoned either. Is that correct?
Correct. Squire Harris, did you have something?
I was going the same place Squire Tanner was. We talk about the upper hand, we talk about control, we talk about board members. Ultimately, before it's changed, it's got to come back in front of the body. If the body disapproves it, nothing changes. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
That's your observation, both your observations
It,
are
it,
correct.
it, you know, it comes back to us, it being in Franklin County, whether it's a go or a no-go. That's the way I see it, that's the way I've understood it the whole time.
Your observation's correct.
So.
I mean, however your zoning goes.
If it's something that we want to see and it's going to benefit, then it comes in front of the body, we vote yes or no. And ultimately, that's our control of it being in Franklin County. No matter who the jurisdictional body, it's in Franklin County. So we have the last say, yes or no.
You have the
I just want to make sure everybody understands that, the way I understand it.
Well, a comment, more than a question, then that would also allow this body to regulate what kind of industry you wanted out there.
Exactly. That was my point. That was my point.
Square with me.
Judge, technically that's correct, but that's not completely how I understand this. I'm reading there's a 5-page brief that's put out about the KPDI grant. And specifically, the zoning availability, the property that the eligible project currently occupies is or is proposed to occupy is appropriately zoned for the intended use and will be able to be rezoned within 90 calendar days. We're only talking changing to industrial. Whether we have a development plan before us or not to be part of this grant program, we've got to change this zoning to industrial regardless of what's coming along. We don't then get to review anything about what the plan for the development is, what the industry is. We change the zoning. The planning commission then gets the oversight of that, not this court. So I just wanted to state that. And then it says the property surrounding the grant applicant's project site are zoned so that they are compatible with the grant application's intended development and use of the project site. That's only one small bullet point that they have it, but there's an expectation, at least the way I'm reading it, that the property is either going to be zoned immediately and then marketed, which we're then going to be required or expected to go ahead and approve a zone change up front to market this property as industrial land, or it's going to be done within 90 days, it states, to be eligible for the PDI grant upon someone coming to us and saying, hey, we're interested and we want to make sure the zoning's correct before we put out a development plan. Further related to that concern, contiguous properties, as has been mentioned, I'm wondering where the guardrails are effectively on what that is. I mean, the KCDC has properties optioned. Just 2 weeks ago on November 7th, we were asked to do a resolution that was very simple, and we've progressed to this point. I'm feeling like there's another carrot over here, and we're about to be asked, following immediately upon this, that, okay, it's time to rezone these properties, regardless of what they're being used for currently. If the property owners are on board with it, they would, my understanding would, at current, have to make the application for that zone change. But there's nothing to say that they don't do that, and that everything sort of gets tied up and wrapped up, ready to be marketed and developed, which means that we don't, as this body, in my opinion, ever have a chance to come back and review what might come along. So just some thought process that I'm going through from some of those readings.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Judge. Continuing on, section 103, and that's on page 2. I think it states that the proposed industrial development authority can expressly make or agree to changes in an application or to enter into any agreement necessary or convenient to affect or assist in the development process. I'm trying to read from that. So, in regard to that latter portion, can it agree to incentives without consulting the parties?
No.
I just want to be real, I want
any-
everybody to understand that because of the wording.
All right.
That's all. Thank you.
Any incentive has to be provided and agreed upon by the taxing authority that would provide that incentive. The only incentive, the counties only have one incentive, and that's to abate property tax. So if you don't agree to that, you don't agree to that. But no, or yes.
So, I guess I'm kind of looking at section 305 because it talks about special use revenue, which states that there can be instances in which occupational tax revenue, like you're talking about, may be required to attract companies or industry, and that any special arrangement shall be unanimously approved by the governing bodies. In our instance, it would be us, right? So I just want to make sure that there's opportunity for a discussion of that among the partnering governing bodies.
Are you referring to section 305?
Yeah.
Yeah, the word unanimous is in there.
Yes, I saw unanimous, and I think I even just said unanimously approved by the governing bodies. I just want to make sure everybody understands that part of it, because I'm sure there are a number of questions that everybody's thinking about tax incentives. I went to a simulation process where we were attracting companies, and part of that was to offer incentives. And it was a great simulation for that day, but for everybody to understand what that ultimately means, because we've done that as a body before, incentivized companies to come in. We incentivized a company to come in, and then it went belly up, and we never saw a return on that investment. So, and then someone else bought that company, and then we never got paid wholly out of that. So we've had an instance where that has happened to Franklin County and unfortunately backfired many years ago, before any of us even thought about the seats that we sat in or anything like that. So I'm just trying to make sure that folks understand about the incentive part, that it's covered in a couple of places in here, right? Okay, all right. Now I'm going to move on to page 5.
What page?
5.
Going back.
There are definitions here where it talks about permitted activities. There are definitions, the definition section on page 5, where it talks about permitted activities. I got to go back and forth because I've written on the old one. So, at I guess the last sentence, permitted activities includes without limitation the planning, development, acquisition, construction, financing, implementation, management, and promotion of the projects by the authority. So again, just looking at permitted activities, it cannot agree to incentives for any of these purposes, correct?
I don't think, I'm not following. I don't think permitted activities and incentives
I just
are
want
to
to be
be
sure.
read together.
Yeah, I'm just being sure that it's not linking any of that together.
It's just permitted activity, and I have to confess that I did not come up with that definition. That was done by the McBair firm. But all permitted activities is just defining what you're going to do over there. It doesn't have anything to do with incentives. That's my reading.
Yep.
I will tell you that.
I just want to be 100% sure. Page 5, project, that definition. So the question earlier I asked if there was a definition for what exactly is the Keaton Lane Industrial Park. And we can't really say with great authority what that is, because it can be contiguous properties, right, can be added to this later. And that's sort of what I understood, right? So we don't know what our frame is, right? So when it says the Keaton Lane Industrial Park in relation to the, I guess the phrasing in there, shall not include future expansion beyond the initial establishment of the Keaton Lane Industrial Park. What does that mean exactly? How does that work with what we said earlier? I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Because I think we're all trying to understand what that means.
Well, first of all, the Keaton Lane Industrial Park is described on page 1 or whatever, page 2.
Where it talks about
105.
Huh?
105.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And then,
Yep.
what if I recall correctly, it probably was Anderson or Lawrenceburg, it allows a continuous expansion that is continuous to that property. So I would assume that to me is what the Keaton Lane Industrial Park is.
So we will all fall under the name of the Keaton Lane.
Yes, sir.
Industrial Park.
I mean, you can name it something else.
Whether it's 105 acres or 350 acres, it will
Correct.
be the...
Yeah, but you can name it something else you want to, I mean.
Right, but I'm just saying the way this reads. That's the way I understood it.
Gil, could you define what contiguous just for our purposes?
Say one more
Could
time.
you define contiguous just for our purposes? What are boundaries to contiguous? I'm assuming
It has to
127
touch,
highway.
that contiguous touches,
So if
it
there's
actually physically touches the property.
a break in any way, 127, they couldn't jump the highway to the other side of the road.
Well, that, I don't know. Yeah, it's owned by the, 127 is owned by the government. I don't know, but
It would be an ownership gap. So is that the definition, or is it a stream?
Well,
Because that's a
I have to be
federal
very
state
candid with you. I
waterway.
don't know the answer to that question. If you're contiguous, if this is a piece of property and I'm up here, that's contiguous to me. If there's a break, I think and I really don't know the answer to that question. I've never seen that question legally, okay? To be very candid with you.
I don't know if I'm confounded or conflicted by what it is, so. I guess Article 3, I'll probably just have to move on. Section 302, page 6. This may be me reading it again really late, so I'm trying to look at my notes for the question I'm about to ask. What revenues does the county have a reasonable expectation to put in its coffers as opposed to ceding those to the Industrial Development Authority? Now, I'm trying to figure out why I asked that question. Because it was late when I read this. So let me read it again. What revenues does the county, to make sure I understand what question I'm asking, what revenues does the county have a reasonable expectation to put in its coffers as opposed to ceding to the Industrial Development Authority?
Okay, let
And
me
then
try.
I make it, I'm sorry, go
Let me
ahead.
try to answer that.
Okay, help
think
me
I
with
got you.
that,
They are
please.
the ad valorem tax, occupational tax, insurance premium tax,
Yeah, just. the
net
revenue.
profits license tax, any payments in lieu of taxes. So if you agree to incentives and you generally get what we call pilot payments back, would be the revenue generated and shared, okay? Provided it is generated within that district. It doesn't include anything outside that
Okay.
footprint.
And it
then
speaks
I'll
specifically
go on and make a statement
to a TIF
here. I
or-
want to clearly understand this as there is a notation to pay the authority all revenues stated herein within 30 days of their receipt. So I guess that goes on forever?
Yeah, I would assume it would, yes.
Okay. And 30 days receipt, we have to pay that back out, right?
I'm not seeing where you're making a reference.
It's the very last line of that. Each party shall pay to the authority all revenues stated herein within 30 days of the receipt by such party.
Oh, okay.
I'm just, that's why, I had an extra note here. I'm just
Okay.
trying to look at my
I'm
notes
sorry, I see
that
it. I see it. I see what you're talking about.
that I have.
Gil, the document later discusses TIF specifically,
Discusses what?
a potential TIF district that it
Yeah,
creates.
I got a question about that too.
I would assume that would come to play here, even though it's not specifically mentioned as revenue or in any way in this section.
Well, that's true, but there's only two revenues you generate from a TIF, and that's ad valorem and the occupational fee that is permitted by the tax statute, not your current existing ordinance.
True.
That's why you can go, if you're in a TIF, you can go up to 2% if you're limited to 1 right now. But
So that next paragraph down, where there's not a number by it, it's the middle paragraph. This agreement shall not be interpreted to supersede. So we know in the origination resolution here that creates what was Seceda, is now KCDC, had a split of revenue because of what happened when the city came in the middle of the night and took the Parkside development from the county. So we were trying not to get into that situation again. So if we look here at the last couple of sentences, and I'm reading where the 5% is, I start with I've got it highlighted, except that the city of Frankfort, Franklin County shall each receive 5% of the amount of the revenues, which you talked about the 10% earlier. You indicated that the city solicitor had asked that that be pushed up to 20.
Correct.
But that is maintained at 10, which is the 5 and 5. net of operating expenses, including any debt service payments, reserve deposits set forth in Section 3, below generated by the authority within the boundaries of the Keaton Lane Industrial Park, as a host fee before the remainder of the revenues are distributed to the parties. Can you explain how that kind of works? I was trying to come up with a scenario of how that worked in my mind.
Revenues come in.
Yeah.
Expenses are identified, paid. The authority has the right to set aside up to 25% reserve to cover the future. And then, before any distribution is made of the equal share participation, that 10% is paid and split 50-50. And then whatever's left over is divided equally, assuming there's no adjustment in the share percentage.
Among the parties, okay. So how would you explain what the host fee is? Because it talks about host fees, it used those terminologies, host fees. As a host fee, is that essentially kind of the 25?
Giving you an extra 10% because of where it's located?
And that's split between the city and the county?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that legally have to be split between the city and the county?
Say that.
Does that have to be split between the city and the county?
Yes.
It's in that
By
resolution?
agreement. By agreement. All right. But
Elaborate,
there's two things. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, could you elaborate on that, please?
All right. It's very simply what it is. It's just a split between the two, okay? Host fee and cost and expense. There's another provision in here, I don't know what the section number is. It says that you have to provide, hey, this is what it's cost us, and this is, we're either short or we're making too much or whatever. I can't imagine you're making too much. I imagine you'll be short. But I say that because there's another provision you need, not in this agreement, but let's assume that you have a problem and you're providing extra services to that area that you did not anticipate. There is a statute that would allow you to assess a tax to collect that.
So,
not you, an industrial taxing authority.
So, for example, the Evergreen Fire Station would be the fire station closest to servicing this area. Anybody that's been in Franklin County and has driven down Evergreen Road knows that it's a very small fire station. But we're going to have to substantially ramp that up. And that will be an expense to the county unless we can find, as we've discussed, I know the judge and I have discussed this many times about the other industrial park, about working with our corporate partners to help flesh that fire station out for the needs that it has. Topi at one point had a meltdown and had to close the plant, and it was an issue of having the right equipment, the right knowledge, et cetera, et cetera. That potentially, that same scenario could have bearings potentially on this, dependent upon what entity brought in.
Presume it could, I mean, I don't know.
So I'm just trying to figure out through this, because we'll have to, the fire station will be one thing that most certainly has to be ramped up.
I just want to comment, the area, the location where it's at, you're going to have mutual aid to cover that if this goes through. If something big was to come through, you're going to have them coming from Anderson County, Franklin County, depending on what you have. We have signed mutual aid agreements, so that's something that will take care of itself. I mean, when I was at the fire department, when the glass factory caught on fire up there, they called in mutual aid, we took our ladder truck up, we put the fire out. This should be no different. It would be something that's already written in place. It would be no more than a phone call or, a dispatch call to get those services where they need to be.
Is Anderson County, are they volunteer, or is Lawrenceburg the professional fire? What's the professional fire service?
You have half and half in Anderson and Anderson County and the city. There's the chief right there. He can answer that
just
question.
walked in, really?
Good thing, Brian. Chief, I'm sorry.
We were talking
Great
about,
timing.
we were talking about maybe the potential to have
No, ironic
a
that.
mutual aid situation
He's
if
been
this
listening.
industrial park was to go through. I told him that's something that the fire department has standing. It would be no more of a phone call from you to Anderson County to request service. And then the question was asked, as far as paid and volunteer in Anderson County, I know they do have, they man stations in the county now up to 12 hours. Is that correct?
Anderson County's just come on with part-time staff during the
Yeah,
daytime.
yes.
I don't know exactly.
That's
all the
me,
nuances of
that's
that,
me.
But I do know that they do have some part-time positions.
Yeah.
I do know Lawrenceburg is still fully volunteer
Yeah.
as of right now.
Well, the question was, with the Evergreen Road Fire Station being two people's gonna be, on duty all the time, if it was a major event, how would we respond to that?
And some of that depends on the development, what takes place there,
Right.
as far as the staffing levels, as
Right.
far as what equipment is needed, if it becomes a large industrial complex, whether or not we would need to add another
Another
area
station,
truck
yeah.
to that side of town. So those are all things, just depending on whatever development was to take place, we'd have to evaluate.
Does that answer it, Chief?
That helps me.
Okay.
Squire Wishman, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, Gil, question for you. Now that I'm with the county, you said the city had requested this, I'm going back to this 10% and 5% split. We have agreements for former industrial parks with the city because the city provides infrastructure, water, other assets to these parks. In this instance, we have a county property that the city's not going to be providing anything other than, Farmdale will be providing the water, I would assume, at that point. And it's been proposed that Anderson County or Lawrenceburg, provide the sewer to. So the city is providing nothing other than partnership. But they requested a 20% increase or 10% to them. So walk me through the KRS that states or what is the, I'm playing intentionally idiot, what is the mechanism or the reasoning to split a host fee with the city of Frankfort? And why should we not be having a larger conversation about what that amount is as the host to this project?
Well, first of all, I didn't have anything to do with what the percentage was, 10, 20, or anything higher. That was the agreement that was provided to me. Number two, and Tyler Morgan, whose name I'm taking in vain several times here today, indicated that in the other developments, that host fee has never been above 10%. No way of verifying that. I take her at her word that it was. And number three, that was a request that was made to split it that regard. So I don't know how else to answer the question except that's what I was given. Okay.
So Squire, I'm going to comment on that. So it's a great question, and it's one of those things, when Gil kind of brought it up, it was kind of like, what actually is a host fee going to generate? Are we going to see monies with that? And then I kind of drop back and think about, what the city has going on, say the paddocks. They're going to create a ton of jobs and a lot of things. And to me, and we haven't been asked for anything, they have to build a $7 million road to help facilitate that and things like that. So for me, it was kind of like, this is the first time probably in a decade or two that the city and counties have the opportunity to work together to create good things for our community. So, was it worth arguing and fighting over 50 grand? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, when they have a huge project going on too, that we will benefit from currently. So for me, it was kind of, when Gil asked me about it, I was like, I just personally think since the interlocal agreement called, for half and half basically on some things, it wasn't that hard of an ask. That's kind of where a true partnership moving forward. And I guess they could say they had EMS because we don't, I'm not going to get into nitty gritty on it, but to me that was, we're talking about regionalization, we're talking about, and this is a leap of faith, you know what I mean? This is ultimately working with people we don't know. Anderson County, we don't know that well. The city of Anderson, so this really is uncharted territory for us, the fiscal court, but I think it's a great opportunity to potentially create something for future generations that, we've heard the whole time since everybody's been campaigning and everything else. We need to create opportunity for our generations to come. Because today, everyone in this room can probably say their kids are living in a different state or a different community because we don't have opportunity here. So for me, it was a small ask, and I thought it was okay.
We gotta keep in mind it's a partnership.
Yeah.
That,
But as Squire Sebastian pointed out so cleverly, we are taking on the risk of not necessarily the risk, but the management of this entire project. All the financial grants reporting,
Wouldn't
pass through.
everybody take their own financial things? Because everyone's gonna get
No,
PDI money.
What the
all coming to
state
us.
cap, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You were just about to say, everything's coming to us, as Penny's already pointed out. We're the financial bank for this entire project, it seems to me. Am I incorrect?
Well, I think the financial bank, if I understand that terminology, is the authority. What the cabinet, the Economic Development Cabinet has asked for is that one party within the whole group be responsible. The property's located here, and that I think was the subject of your resolution that you tabled on the 30th of October. 30th of October, right?
Yeah. That's something we probably need to talk about too. Squire Tanner.
I just want to comment to your comment. I understand that there is a ordinance that we share all the new growth 50/50 without regards of where it is.
That's correct.
Or
I said that earlier.
who is supplying the fire department, who is supplying the water, who's supplying the sewer. It doesn't say that, it just says we get 50/50.
You're correct. I
So
said
then
that earlier. You're right.
I just wanted to say that we hadn't started now, well, who's providing this or who's providing that, we never have asked that question before, so, if it's okay before, it is now.
It was added to the origination resolution of the
That's
capital
correct,
community.
and plus on top of
industrial-
that, with the latest annexation, law that was passed, if we have a contract, which we do with the city, it can't be changed unless one, it can't be, unless both parties agree to it, and who's gonna do that?
It works well for us compared to a lot of other communities, and we've all talked to other people around the state that, their cities are suing their counties and the counties are suing the cities, and I do feel like it's a good agreement and it works, and I'm pretty thankful for it. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to point out that my understanding that 50/50 split resolution is only for projects that KCDC does. That does not automatically extend to anything else beyond, I believe it's within the context
Talking
of that.
about this, the 50/50 split
No,
here?
he's talking about
Oh, okay.
current.
The current industrial expansion or
It's not the
industrial
way
type
I
projects that are
understand it.
created by KCDC.
That's not.
No, it's everything. Squire Sebastian, do you have something?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
I know that's not correct.
In section 3.04, which is on page 7, is there just a reason why 5 years was selected as that period for recalibration of appropriations between Franklin County and Frankfort?
There wasn't.
I just didn't know if that was in the statute, and I didn't have time to look all the
No, it's
statutes
not,
up.
if it's in the statute, I'm not aware of it. That was presented to me, it was never changed by anybody. I never even questioned it. But
just
if you
wondered
think
if there
about
was-
5 years, you think about what the judge just said, and he made a comment about this 10%. Do you know what that 10% is gonna amount to in the next 5 years? Zero. He's gonna take you that long to develop it. Warren County, I apologize, Judge, I always bring them up.
That's a good
I'm gonna say it. Warren County put up $25 million in general obligation debt in 1998 over a series, and placed a bet on development. Their Transpark is now 100% full, but it took them 25 years to do it. And it was a tremendous team, tremendous partnership. You had our beloved Hilltoppers, Western Kentucky University, and you had the chamber, and you had all these people working together in the city. Sometimes the city and the county, are at loggerheads, but they work together well, extremely well.
Yeah, it was an amazing thing. I was part of that with the Workforce Development Cabinet. It was a very amazing thing.
I didn't mean to get
Very
off
cutting
topic, I apologize.
edge at the time, very cutting edge. So, Article 4, Section 401, that's on page 8 at the top. I'm going to read my note. It states that the authority may engage in any permitted activity without limitation. So, again, what if Franklin County, the Fiscal Court, doesn't want to do business with a particular company? And I think I alluded to, we at one point had made a loan, the company went belly up here, somebody else came in and bought it, they've never paid anything back. I don't know that that company will ultimately come back, probably won't.
Well, it
Does,
is,
what,
go ahead.
I'm just, I mean, and I know it sounds like a long shot, I'm just trying to figure out, because it says the authority can engage in any permitted activity without any limitation whatsoever.
Okay, permitted activity in both of those instances, on both sides of that disjunctive or, are capitalized. That means it's a defined term,
Okay. I just
which you
want-
referenced to earlier. Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm
It
under,
has to be within the parameters of that permitted activity, in my legal opinion.
that'll help. TIF question, and that's section 4.04, same page, page 8. I'm going to look at my note. It seems to say the fiscal court is obligated to approve a TIF if a majority of the industrial development authority approves it. And I have a note that removes any financial decision-making authority from this body. Is that, am I reading it wrong?
I'm not sure how you read it, but
Well,
section 404.
I just, the way I read it, and it could have been reading it at 1 in the morning the last time, it seems to say that the fiscal court is obligated to approve a TIF if a majority of the industrial development authority approves it. So we get back to
Now,
that
go back.
6-2
You
vote. I
finish
just want to,
Finish the sentence.
yeah, I want to make sure.
And
it's-
unanimously approved by the governing bodies of the parties. So if you don't want to do a TIF,
We
you
don't
don't.
have to do it.
That's right.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
That's it, that's
So we
pretty
don't
clear.
have to.
Squire, could I back up to the previous section, just
Yep.
quickly? We, effectively, if we were to approve this, in my reading of section 403, states that we're obligating $1 million today of this body's cash contribution to this project. But it's been said in our meeting on the 18th that the current industrial authority is going to be contributing $1 million, and we're only going to be required to contribute $500,000. Should we state something more concisely there that our contribution is $500,000 with the understanding that the other part of the contribution will be coming from our Joint Economic Development Authority?
My answer to your question is no, because KCDC is not a party to this agreement. That is an arrangement between KCDC, the county, and the city.
So
And
we
they
need-
made that commitment to you to put up that $500,000. Now, what if the, excuse me, $1 million. Now, what happens between now, you sign this agreement, and then they say, no, we're not gonna give you the money.
Right.
Then don't appropriate.
Okay.
Is that correct assumption, right? Okay. Look at you, that's a fact.
Looks like I have maybe 2 more questions. I have jumped over to section 710, which is on page 11. And it's the section that discusses right of inspection.
Okay?
It uses the, I'm sure it's legal terminology, reasonable request. What is a reasonable request to inspect documents of the authority? Is there some kind of time frame for that outside of like open, if we filed an open records request, surely we wouldn't do that?
Let me answer that this way.
Okay,
If you made the request at 3 o'clock in the morning, that wouldn't be reasonable.
yeah, no.
Okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Business hours is generally the accepted term.
I just know that some requests had been made for some documents before of KCDC, and we were told that it was an unreasonable request, or individuals were told it was unreasonable because of the staffing, that they didn't have the appropriate staff to fulfill the requests, et cetera. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand that we, I don't think we...
The statute right now, if regarding
Yeah, and I'm not trying to get into open records.
open records,
Yeah, I'm not trying to get into all that.
requires or mandates how you respond.
Yeah.
I'd certainly say anything beyond that would not be reasonable.
Do we need to have any kind of forum and venue section in this document in case some kind of legal issue arises? Do we need to
Say
have
that
that?
one more time.
Do we need to have any kind of forum or venue section in this agreement? Should a legal something arise that says any matters you're gonna take before arbitration first, and if not, laws of the Commonwealth are gonna judge this.
Well, first of
you
all,
would
it
go
has to be the
Franklin.
Commonwealth, because it is.
I would
Okay.
agree that you'd go to Franklin to resolve those matters. I'm just asking. Because I didn't see it, maybe I missed it. And maybe we won't have that come up. But I know
Well,
we
here,
put
section
agreements.
712 may address that, govern by and construed in accordance with laws of the Commonwealth.
I'd agree, Squire. I'd like to see Franklin County as the venue added to that clause or otherwhere place. I did note as well.
So and that would
I don't
end the
think you-
questions I have.
Yeah, okay. I don't think you can add the venue section in there now.
Okay.
Judge, could I go back to section
Let me
705?
backtrack just 1 second. The land is, you keep saying land's physically inside
Franklin.
Franklin County, so Max, I would think that Franklin County is automatically the venue.
The default venue.
Franklin Circuit, excuse me. Because that's, if you're dealing with that real estate, you'd have to sue the person in the county where the real estate's located.
If it is arising out of that real estate, in very preliminary research, very preliminary, KRS 416-675 subsection 3, no provision in the law of the Commonwealth shall be construed or to authorize the condemnation of private property for transfer to a private owner for the purpose of economic development that benefits the general public only indirectly, such as by increasing the tax base, tax revenues, or employment, or by promoting the general economic health of the community. However, this provision shall not prohibit the sale or lease of property to private entities that occupy an incidental area within the public project or building, provided that no property may be condemned primarily for the purpose of facilitating an incidental private use. I think your question was, can this entity potentially condemn property to then transfer that property to a private entity? In very preliminary research, the statute says no. I think that was a revision in 2011. There was a situation in Connecticut where a government entity went in and condemned some property. I think they put up a shopping mall and something like that, and it struck outrage, and so Kentucky then put that provision in law. So I think that was your question as far as eminent domain. So that, in very preliminary research, that cuts that off by statute.
Thank you.
All right, Wisman.
Thank you.
Judge, back
Thank
to
you.
section 705, termination of the unanimous agreement. I had asked on the 18th about a sunset provision at a minimum if this project isn't feasible, and I didn't want something going on and on and on for years where an entity got away from their original intent and started developing something outside of what we desired, like the example was used of the Midway development at that point in time. But this section says termination by unanimous agreement. But then it says that if the requirements or the provisions are not met in terms of full PDI funding, and I question what exactly that means, if we are intent upon each county receiving their full allocation from the PDI program, but we've stated multiple times that at the point that allocations are made, county or city respectively, anyone could pull out and move forward with the remaining entities. Are we stating that the full $1 million PDI grant that we're eligible for, or the amount only allocated to the parties that are participating?
Let me think, I'm not sure I understand your question, so let me try to do it and see if I've responded, okay? First of all, you made a comment about your share of the PDI grant. PDI grant goes to the authority, and if the authority expends the money, and that's when they get it back up to the maximum of $4 million, okay? This termination, of course, by unanimous approval, that's pretty simple. The rest of them in here make comment, the rest of the comment is if any of those events occur, then the termination of the authority would be automatic. For example, zoning, because it's specifically mentioned in here, or didn't get the PDI grant. That means the authority didn't get it. Of course, you're going to know that before all of that starts.
But we're discussing some things, contiguous parcels, that a adjoining parcel in Anderson County could be purchased and have a zoning requirement to go through
this thing can get a lot bigger, and I'm just thinking about how this clause could be complicated. On good intent, but the only sunset provision that I see that is fully a predicator of the entire project is the PDI grant.
Yes.
So that would be the only thing that I see that is not manipulatable, let's say, to cause a termination of the entity. Is that, well, let me ask it this way.
Okay.
It says termination by unanimous agreement, but later on it says that if we don't get one of these things, that the party shall automatically proceed with termination of this agreement. So I feel like those are in conflict slightly, that unanimous is maybe an arbitrary word in this instance, that if these things don't happen, this project sunsets, this entity's disbanded, and this is all a moot point. Is it automatically, or is it by unanimous agreement?
I'm not, I see where you were referring to, just lost it here, the termination under 705. I'm not seeing what you're,
The title, termination by unanimous agreement,
okay, I'm on it right now.
and then automatically, shall proceed automatically. with
If
termination.
those events don't occur, I mean, if those events are not realized, and they list we list the events, zoning being one of them, since that happens to be an issue.
But I'm stating that the title seems to say that the body gets to choose whether they dissolve
okay.
themselves or not.
I'm sorry, gotcha now. If you read 713, you will see it says, the division of this agreement into articles and sections and the insertion of headings are for convenience of reference only and shall not affect the construction or interpretation of this agreement. So I do it, and I know every other lawyer does it. They just put titles in there so they know where to go to when somebody asks a question or something.
And then my final Exhibit A, the order, the page 19, I think I won't say my final, but we have appointments for 2, 3, and 4 years, but it doesn't define, at least that I see or saw in the last version, about who is taking which appointments. Does Franklin County receive a 3-year and a 4-year appointment at the outset, or should we define?
That question was asked before. No, it doesn't have any provision in there, who goes first, who goes second, who goes third. And the reason it doesn't is, well, I don't think any of the lawyers who are working on this really thought about it, to be very candid with you. But it doesn't make much difference because all the terms are staggered. So if you get, let's say you get the first pick and it's a 2-year pick, and Frankfurt gets a pick that's a 4-year pick. Into 2 years, we have a vacancy. You get to fill that vacancy. So now you've got a 4-year term. So the way that's offset is the fact that the original party entity making the appointment, when a vacancy occurs, that vacancy is appointed by the original appointing party. So the idea is after you get out 3 years, everybody's equal.
The question, and I bring it up because the instance arises more often than it should in appointments locally with local government, that there seems to be a question always about if someone steps down early and someone else gets appointed, is that for the remainder of the term of the original appointment, or does it begin a new appointment?
Well, I would think it'd be for the remainder. I've never seen one that's not. But all right, so 1 year, the original appointee quits, and then you have another, say you're the appointing authority, and you appoint somebody else, and then at the end of that term, the 1 year term in this case, you now have an appointment for 2 years. It's still your appointment because you're the original appointing party.
Right. I don't know if there's a preference, but I sort of thought that we should select what we want up front, whether we want the first 2 appointments or for the 4 and the 2, or the last 2 appointments for 4 and 3. I know it doesn't matter after the fact, but.
So is that gonna be like a lottery drawing for what?
No, I thought it was going to be by agreement of the parties. Everybody sit down and say, okay, I think the way I understood the judge said something earlier, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Judge, but somebody made a comment that, you know, when you come time to make appointment for 2, 3, or 4, whatever it is, that you're coming back here and say, okay, I got the following people, and considering.
I think Squire Harrod's thing was, where do we start?
Yeah.
And I think when
I think the 4 of you got to sit down and say,
Yeah, I
okay.
think it's just a matter of the 4.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can do that, yeah, okay.
Misunderstood your question.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Now, a couple of final things that aren't in here, but have been a consistent theme and an issue locally with our existing development corporation. What precludes this entity in any realm from establishing subsections, sub-entities? And I think we covered some of that, but I just want to ask the question anyway. Great example, our own Industrial Development Authority cedes their role to KCDC to operate on behalf of the Industrial Authority and to become the Economic Development
You mean this
Authority
Industrial Authority?
as well. I want to make sure that a regional entity doesn't do something similar where they see themselves as the economic development driver for a multi-county jurisdiction outside of the context of the agreement that we've made and the role that we've defined to give them. Is there parameters in here, in your opinion, that they can only be this industrial authority for this parcel, and that is it? They can't become alternate entities and give themselves a larger role than what has been established by local government?
I don't know how they could have the authority to do a larger role because their existence is established by virtue of the interlocal agreement.
I would agree, but.
I mean, I just don't see that.
Okay.
I mean, people can get wild. I don't disagree with that and say, okay, we want to control the whole county now, but
You never know what happens 20 years from now when we're all gone.
It's the interlocal agreement is the limitation in and of itself from the 4 corners of the document, as we used to say.
Hey, Gil, let me ask you something. I wrote down there, you brought up something about our October 30th resolution. I was going to ask Max, because we tabled that. Does that have anything to do with this here that we need to?
Yes, sir, it does. In fact, in order for us to submit the application, you got to untable that and vote it. Penny, you talked to Ms. Palmer. You might want to relate to the court. What she said about that.
The court passed a resolution that needs to be rescinded and replaced as well, right? We didn't table, there was an initial
No, I thought you
resolution.
tabled. Well, I wasn't here, so I can't speak.
I thought we had a vote on the initial resolution.
No, the first one. No, there is a resolution that the cabinet requires for the PDI grant application, which simply is a resolution codifying that Franklin County agrees to be the grantee. In other words, PDI funds are arm's length transactions, and so the cabinet will grant the funds to a municipality. You are the host county, and so there is a subsequent resolution that will only need to be passed if the interlocal agreement passes, which authorizes you to be the grantee. So that's the resolution that was presented on October 30th that was tabled, and you have it in your packet today, and it would need to be passed should the interlocal agreement pass afterwards.
Penny, could you speak to, I'm looking at the KPDI website, that there was a deadline of 11/20 for an RFI. Have we submitted that, or have we been giving special dispensation to submit everything late, or could you speak to where we are?
Sure. So we submitted everything that we were authorized to present, and obviously the final item that's needed to complete the application is the interlocal agreement and the resolution as beneficiary or grantee. And so we are going to present that as the final item should the interlocal pass today. And we understand it will be accepted. That'll, of course, be up to KEDFA, to the board who issues the PDI grants, but
Anderson Forward and Kentucky Capital Development Corporation kept the cabinet informed throughout the process, and the group's been meeting, throughout the year as I've been involved. And there were a number of issues, both business and legal, to be addressed, and those have been being discussed. And so now here you are with the fruits of those discussions, which is this final document. And it will be filed with the Department of Local Government should it pass, and then passed on to the cabinet. So ultimately, it will be up to the cabinet. But we have kept the cabinet informed throughout the process. There were a number of issues that arose in the discussion related to the sewer, related to other issues, and those continued to be discussed, and we continued to keep the cabinet up to date as per the direction that we were given.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My other comment is one related to what I mentioned in our last meeting. This is about land use in our community, land use policy, and I don't believe that it's appropriate for this body to support or vote upon a resolution or an interlocal agreement without having prepared a analysis of our comprehensive plan, and in some way stating that we are in agreement with the one that's current. We're in a flux mode between comprehensive plans at the moment, but that this land use decision effectively meets and supports our comprehensive plan as it stands. And without that document, I think this is potentially an illegal action to move forward. So I don't have that. I don't see that we've prepared sort of our typical mock-up packet that the Planning and Zoning Commission gets about how this action meets and supports our comprehensive plan as defined by our citizens. So just editorial.
Okay. Any other questions for Gil while he's up here on this agenda item or the previous resolution we had? But we'll have to amend in the voting session, I guess, on other business. Somebody would like to do that if the first one passes. If not, we don't have to worry about it. Any other questions for Gil while he's up here? Gil, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Do what?
We appreciate you. I see you worked hard today.
Thank you.
You answered a lot of good questions.
I do have this resolution. I don't know what you want to do with this. This is the one that Penny was referring to.
Oh, do you have enough for everybody here?
Yes, sir, I do.
Why don't you go ahead and pass those out, just so we have them, please.
This
is the one that she referred to. Is that October 20th one?
Yeah, October 30th, yes.
30th, I'm sorry. What did I say? 20, 30? Thank you, sir.
So this is the one we tabled?
This is one, yeah, it sounds like it, yeah.
It's in your packet already as well.
Okay, at least everybody has them all together.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Okay, hey, Duke? You've been waiting very patiently, my friend. Gil, thanks again. All right, Duke, I remember we put an RFP out, correct?
We sent out invitations to bid for
Yep.
2 truck beds for our new trucks and snow equipment, plows and spreaders, back in October. And on November 6th, we had bid opening. We only had one participant, and that was Ettinger and Son out of Louisville. And we'd just like to ask the court to approve this bid, and so we can move forward with getting these trucks ready.
Is this about where you thought the money was going to come in at?
It is, yep, yes, sir.
Pretty close. Questions for Duke?
It was already budgeted, yes, that's correct.
The amount you budgeted for fell within that?
Yes, sir.
Duke, what about a timeline?
Oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what I was gonna ask. Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead. No one heard us anyways. My mic was off.
We're looking at about
I was gonna ask that. That's my question.
hopefully 3 months to get these
to get them in and
We've
on
already got the trucks
the beds, I'm sorry,
to get the beds built and everything installed about 3 months.
3 months, okay, thank you. That was my,
We won't be using these this winter.
No.
shoot.
Yeah.
If it takes 3 months, I hope we don't.
Any other questions for Duke on this item? Duke, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, next, Autumn is with us. She's here to talk about the SS4A grant. How are you doing?
Hi, pretty good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
All right, so I am here today to talk about the Safe Streets for All grant. We received a grant earlier this fall to develop a safety action plan related to safe streets. I do want to give Tina a quick shout out. She's listed as the primary contact on this because she's really been shepherding this process. And she was going to present it to you today, but she's at a Silver Jackets training for floodplain administration today in Louisville, so she's really killing it with, you know, all those things.
She is killing it.
Yep.
So I just wanted to recognize her for that. So this is, we're asking you to authorize an associated fee for the consultant for the developing the safety action plan. The county currently has an agreement with HMB to provide county engineering services. That agreement, as it was written, included the ability to add on sort of specific defined projects. So that's what this would fall under. So this would basically be not really an amendment to the contract, but an additional approval by you all. So that is in your packet. You see a sheet that has a sort of blue and red racehorse at the top, and that's their fee proposal. The grant that we received was for $200,000 plus a $50,000 in-kind sum to be provided by the county. So that's our work hours and that kind of thing that we're providing. So $200,000 was our budget to go to a consultant to develop the plan. Their proposal came in just shy of that. We do have Brad Johnson with HMB here today if you all have any specific questions for him, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Squire Blackburn.
I was reading in here, it said, all roads under our jurisdiction within the county. I feel like the majority of the problems that I have in the second district are state roads. And I know we've had an elevated cause of accidents and even fatalities because of the work on the interstate. So would our entire road system, including state and federal roads, be under this plan?
It is possible for us to consider all of those roadways in this plan. I think our expectation is that as our committee starts to meet a little bit more, that scope may get dialed in a little bit more specifically. But I think we're starting kind of broad and saying that at a base level, we are going to look at all of the roads in our community. But then as the action plan itself comes along and sort of the topics that are addressed for future funding, we may look at a smaller area.
I don't know who's going to be on this committee, but please consider Roselle's Road. The access road not being utilized correctly and the development of that incorrectly has caused a major problem. And I'd like that to be under that.
Squire Wisman.
Couple of things, Judge, I wanted to ask Squire related to you. It seems to be primarily, at least in my district, where state and county roads intersect that we have most of our problems, so I was hoping that we would be able to look at everything. But I remember when we initially applied for this grant, and I brought it up several times since then, that the discussion related to the potential to identify areas where we need to make connectivity increases. And the example that I brought up at that point was the issue that we've been discussing with Buttimer and Riverbend and how the, some of the areas where safe access is not ensured at the moment. So is that within the scope still of this project? It doesn't seem to be necessarily defined within the scope of work as I see it written.
Sure.
But I want to make sure that that's still within the potential for this project.
Right. I do think that's within the potential as we kind of go through that committee process again. The scope largely came from sort of the SS4A program pretty directly, but it is primarily about addressing safety matters. So I think the sort of first look through that the consultant does will be evaluating crash data and that sort of thing. They also have some mechanisms, and Brad can probably talk to this better than I can, wherein they're looking at places where maybe crashes haven't been happening, but that are a higher potential, or there's like a greater discomfort for users, be that pedestrian, bike, or vehicular. We're looking at all modes of transportation with this. And then I think the things like you're describing where there are connectivity issues would also be included in that sort of discussion.
We were having, Squire Sebastian and I, just on Sunday, a conversation about an intersection where we have people that are uncomfortable. The crash data doesn't support a change, but everyone that goes through that intersection knows that it's a problem, and the state so far has not been willing to do anything for us. Can we look at unsubstantiated, is that maybe the word, where crash data doesn't support, but we know that there are issues with either sightline speed or topography?
Right.
as
I think
well?
that will come up in our committee and in our public engagement. There is a website that's already up and running for this project, and there will be public engagement surveys and that sort of thing that will go on as part of this project. So that's kind of, I think, where those things tend to come to the front of the field, sorry, is whenever we start getting those responses in from the public and from members of the committee and that sort of thing. We'll be working with public safety and those folks as well.
The project purpose states that on July 6, 2023, that our court resolved to achieve a dramatic decrease in roadway fatalities by the year 2050. So that's kind of a far stretch out.
Sure.
My memory's not the best. That was 6 months in. We were doing a lot. I don't remember specifically resolving that as a body, but it was probably some of the alliteration of the grant application. I'm wondering if we should maybe take some action, or whatever committee works on this maybe should take some measurable action, or I suppose this entire process will create that we adopt to define what that resolution is more, and then we formally adopt that. Just a bit of a comment there, because I don't remember taking that step. And then my final, Judge, if I can, I know we have an existing relationship, but I try to bring up every time, this is a substantial grant. Is there a potential that we should look for an external firm? Maybe there's some national firm that has some modern mapping systems that would be beneficial to us. Just want to bring it up because it's a $250,000 grant that we're not bidding.
Sure. And I can say that our subcommittee has sort of agreed that HMB is an appropriate consultant for this project, and we did sort of go back through their original submittal when they went through the RFP process to become the county engineer to see if they provided information that they were capable of this sort of project and had background with this sort of project, and they were able to provide us a little bit of additional information beyond that. So we have been, attempting to evaluate whether or not they were the right consultant for this. We also talked to folks at KTA, Kentucky Transportation. It's a group that is housed in the University of Kentucky. I can't think of the right acronym, but we did talk to them, and we also talked to some folks at the Transportation Cabinet who had experience with going through this process, and our subcommittee and staff felt that HMB was the best path forward for us at this time, but certainly take your point.
That's the point, to give voice to the process you went through, that's a basis for this choice, and that we're not voting just because we have an existing relationship, and that'd be it. So, thank you.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you for being with us on this really important issue. Can you share with us whatever, electronically, the website or the link for this?
Yeah.
So that we could all get it out to our constituents?
Sure.
Especially if there is a comment period, since that's open.
Yes.
We want to have that. We all know that there are about 220 county road miles, 240 state road miles here in Franklin County. Are they going to be looking at things like shoulders, lack of shoulders? Because it's not only crash data that we're looking at. We're looking at contributing issues. Like, we all have very small areas down in Greasy Creek and on Mills Lane. The road is wide, then it narrows in, then it widens up. And I have a lot of farm vehicles on there, and that takes up the entire width of the road when you're meeting them in a really windy area that you come over a hill and your speed is a little too fast. So I'm very concerned about those type of issues. And I know the farmers out in the area that I represent, they ask us to put up slow-moving vehicle signs and things like that. You might need a tractor out there. So I'm hopeful that we can look at things like shoulders, rumble strips on the edge of the road so that you're right there. different types of pavement gradient. You know, like they put on the east-west connector in the curve before you get to the Wilson's Nursery.
Yes.
That's a whole different gradient of pavement there that's supposed to impact slippage and sliding, and then it goes back to the routine asphalt.
Right.
So just those, I saw it. I got it all. Traffic engineer, cook, bottle washer, you know. All right, thank you.
My question is more about the financial end of this. It talks about the 20% match at $50,000. Which agency has to put up that in kind?
Sorry,
Staff.
Yours.
It's
It's
allowed
yours.
to be in-kind contribution, so we
Well,
expect that will
I
be
understand.
primarily our staff hours.
But it doesn't spill over to any other agencies like the road department or anybody has to, I mean, it's in kind, which means, but they still have to work on it, or you have to work on it.
Right. So it will just be based on whatever work is done.
By your agent, by the planning.
I don't think it would be limited to the county. I think that if the road department were to be working on this project in some capacity, that would
So there's
would
gonna
contribute
count too.
to-
That's what who tracks that? Do you track that?
Yes, and hopefully when we have our new grants person on Monday.
And I would imagine the city's going to be on task to contribute to some of this.
Right, I think that we will be working with them, as this goes on, and that is something that I'll touch on very briefly, but the SS4A, we're developing the safety action plan. If we develop the safety action plan, the city also will likely be able to utilize that for sort of the next step in the funding, as will we. So sort of the next process, once you have a safety action plan, you can apply for implementation grants. So this will hopefully allow for both us and for the city to apply for those. And I'm not 100% sure on the city's ability, but that's my general understanding.
Judge, I'll just say, I hope that whatever working group develops this will take time to sit with each of the magistrates. We all know our districts very well, and I have a third of the county's land mass nearly in mine, right, and a whole lot of miles, but if we need to spend some windshield time, if they're related to Square Tanner's comments, our time and contribution to this should be probably fairly substantial as well, I imagine.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much, Brad, thanks for being here. Charlie?
Actually, Judge, could I just maybe, since we've had Brad, and he sat here this whole time, I'm wondering about sort of a timeline for this kind of a project and the scope of this, and
He'd be the guy to ask if
Right.
it passes. Brad, you want to come forward and maybe answer that question?
Yeah, certainly. So we have honestly put together a little bit of an aggressive schedule for this plan. And the reason being for that is, quite frankly, we don't know how many more cycles that this grant's going to be available. So, one of the goals of the scope of work here is to potentially have a project available when the next NOFA comes out, and that process opens back up so that that we could potentially seek an implementation grant. So there's the opportunity to kind of run concurrent, get far enough along that, maybe we have kind of that obvious one project that would be worthy of an implementation grant. And typically those, that's not out yet, but typically those have been due in the summer timeframe. So I think, you could kind of get it far enough along that you could be starting that grant process while still kind of finishing up some of the documentation and just kind of putting a bow on the plan document. So we are looking at about a 9 or so month schedule for this if you agree to move forward with it.
you think that's feasible? That seems quick.
Yeah, it's, like I say, I think it's an aggressive schedule, and I think the things that we will really be focusing on is just trying to stay ahead of the public engagement that we're doing, and just making sure we're getting those, those meetings on the calendar, and can kind of work through those. I'm very confident on the backside and the data analysis and so forth, being able to do that and all the documentation, but we also want to make sure we're, we again have a pretty aggressive public engagement component of this. As you suggested, the importance of that, and we certainly agree, and is part of that, part of that process. So we want to make sure that we can get all that done as well.
And I want to ask you about that public engagement process. Do you envision a lot more digital, or will there be opportunity for us to help you establish localized meetings with constituents, or how do you envision that process going? And I'm assuming that's going to be front-heavy in the next couple of months then.
Yeah, so it's, we'll be certainly wanting to get a lot of input at various levels. So we kind of got a subcommittee, a committee that we're going to be establishing, but then also looking to kind of have just a broader stakeholder group, public engagement effort. And what we've learned, in doing, we do a number of just broader planning studies throughout the state as part of some of our KYTC contracts, and really are able to balance that with a good blend of public online engagement and in-person engagement. So we extensively use GIS. For example, we can, have folks that can, go in and put, basically pins on a digital map, if you will, and, seek that type of input. It also allows us to just kind of keep that open for a period of time instead of just expecting everybody to just show up on one evening and, get their input and you go home and you're done, so we can provide those opportunities, but then also, let folks kind of provide their input on their schedule as well. And then there's just some workshops and stuff that we would look to kind of just look at the local community calendars. There's some events that are going on that we could go set up a table at and just kind of have an information, just kind of go to where the people are in essence, which is really, really important to be able to get that input as well.
Well, you have I'm imagining, and just wanted to ask if there's the capability then for that interaction of the website for folks to maybe upload photography with a narrative about, how an intersection or an area might work and their experiences and their problems that might help inform a situation like, at Bridgeport and 60, it may be something about sight lines that aren't so obvious to, someone just looking at the intersection for the first time, people that are familiar with those. Is that a capability that we could have?
No, I think it certainly is. So
okay.
That's definitely something that we can work with. And I do want to emphasize though, I know there's been some different kind of ideas of what this is and so forth. I do want to just kind of emphasize, this is very much obviously safety focused, it's very much data driven, but, a lot of that data is the input that we receive from the community and so forth. But yeah, it's I think that's just to draw some comparison. I know, you've had county plans and, cabinet's done small areas plans, for example, that are more, a combination of safety and, traffic operations and different things. This is very specifically safety focused. So just wanted to kind of point that out.
Brad, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here today. All righty. Autumn, thank you again. And tell Tina thank you for us. I know she's worked hard on this.
Yeah.
Charlie, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon. Everybody doing okay?
Oh, buddy, we're great.
I'll make this quick. Yeah, we advertised for bids for a new greens mower at Lakeview for the golf course. We opened them up last week. We received just 2, and I hope it's in your bid packet there, one from Ladd's and one from One Nation Distribution LLC. And we would like to proceed with the purchase of the greens mower from Ladd's. It's a Jacobson Greens King, and it's in the amount of $41,774, which is in budget, within our budget.
Do we have any other Jacobson equipment?
We do. Yep. It's preferred.
Okay, well, good.
Yep.
Any other questions for Charlie on this? Squire
Yeah.
Wisman?
Judge, Charlie, we only have the LAD's proposal in our packet. We don't have and it may not have been one, it may have just been an amount or something, but is there any measurable difference, since I don't have the specs here?
The other number that came in?
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
59,000.
I have the number, I'm just asking, is there any reason, are we comparing apples to apples with the two pieces of equipment? Because I don't have the spec with the other one.
Yeah,
Okay.
we sent them specs.
Squire, I would assume it's because the other one's a John Deere. So, just my assumption
Beyond
there.
that, I didn't state that.
Typically a little bit higher, so that's,
Green paint.
yeah. Charlie, thank you.
Thank you all.
Alrighty. Next, I believe Ashley and Greg are here. Or who's gonna pitch this one? Nah, let Greg do it. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, Greg.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on, Greg.
Listen, I'll just sit right here.
Yeah.
Well,
Dude's laughing, but you're next up.
this is just a position that we're trying to fill. It's in the budget. We've just kind of fallen short. We've been busy and haven't been able to, but it's a duly needed position to fill. The workload would very much like it. We are constantly always busy, and with everyone, there's a lot of minor things that take up a lot of our time throughout the county, and that's what this position's going to help with, doing some of the minor stuff that we need to take care of. So that way, myself and Adam and a couple other people can focus on the major things.
It's a non-skilled position, so it's primarily support.
Squire Sebastian. Thank you, Greg.
Judge.
Yep.
Thank you both. You all referenced non-skilled, and I had that jotted down in my notes. Is there an opportunity to
Oh, yes.
increase the skill and
I'm
awareness
going to teach this
through
person.
training? And because I think we want, as we've looked at our road department, bringing everyone up to where everybody has a certain base level. I'm
Yeah.
assuming we're trying to do that
Yeah.
across the board, not just in a department.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
trying to make
and I think
things interchangeable.
The pay is at a comparable starting pay as well. But I want to be able to train this person so they can do the other stuff eventually. Because I want someone that's going to be there, because I got a long way to go before I retire. So I want that person to hopefully be there for the long haul with me. And that is the ultimate goal. And that would be anyone that I brought in. I would be training them on anything and everything.
Probably certifications and stuff, though, that would have to come back before
Yeah.
the court.
More just to hear you
Yeah.
all say that that's the goal. That's all.
Yeah.
More just to hear everybody understand that's the goal.
Oh, yes, we
Thank you.
definitely want to be able to do stuff.
Ashley.
Any other questions for Greg?
What is this? I'm sorry.
Squire Wisman.
Just, I've asked a few times, but I'd love to see us start putting a fiscal note or fiscal impact on everything, and it doesn't state what the salary range is.
Well, the salary range was based off of Lexington area and what they all make, and then based off of the maintenance field that I've worked in. And it's very hard to get someone in this maintenance field. I want someone that necessarily has done minor maintenance work, but hasn't done it every day. And it's something they're looking to get into.
What is that amount, though? It's not stated on here.
I believe it's anywhere from, what do we have it? I think anywhere from 17 to $20 an hour, something like that, I believe is where we're at. It's just depending on, I don't have it in front of me either. I don't think it's on here, but it's just a starting rate. This person is not we want them to have the basic skills to be able to handle the small stuff for us.
And related to what you said, under the essential duties and responsibilities, could we, I just feel like it maybe should state an additional responsibilities as assigned or something, so there is that growth potential? Because I felt like the description was really kind of limited, more than it should be.
It should say that unless I accidentally.
I didn't see it, but I may have overlooked
We
it.
typically have that on all of our job descriptions, so I'll look at that and make sure that that gets incorporated.
Squire Harry, do you have a question?
And the salary range is what I was
Okay.
gonna ask.
All right. Any other questions for Greg or Ashley on this position? Greg, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Next, Duke's back up. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, you enjoying your day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Just fine people here. We're just asking the court to authorize a temporary position for a part-time road department employee, seasonal employee, light equipment operator. But it'd mostly be, I think, in the winter months. Like right now, we're a couple people down and the weather's on us. We're hoping to get your approval to move forward with hiring somebody.
Part of what we're asking too is, so in that admin code, temporary positions are typically only for 30 days. So this is kind of a new thing that we're sort of doing in the road department. So we are asking for your approval to do up to 90 days minimum to get us through that winter season. And then maybe going forward, we look at doing something differently, categorizing this position differently next year. But that's part of the request today.
Squire Wisman.
Thanks, Judge. Just some language things. The background on this says that it utilized for up to 90 days, and then the final recommendation says a position for a minimum of 90 days. So we have an up to and a minimum both on there. I'm just thinking we should flesh that out, or however that needs to be said best. They seem to be conflicting.
So the admin code says not to exceed 30 days. We're anticipating that this position could be utilized for up to 90 days. And so we're requesting there on the recommendation a minimum of a 90-day approval. Because the position won't be needed after snow. So, and if, Duke does find that there is a need, then we would of course come back with that. And if we need to reassess the classification, we can certainly bring that.
So that's just asking us, the recommendation is asking us to authorize that for a minimum of 90 days,
Yes.
not the position specifically. Okay.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks.
I just want to inquire, we utilized the services of someone like this past year, correct? We
That
had
is
a
correct.
position like this. So this is not a new, not a extraordinary request of the court that's
Right.
outside of something that we have not done in the past.
We're just changing the way
Because-
we.
We'll formalize it.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to call that to the court's
Yep.
attention. Thank you.
Is this gonna go out for application? Do we have somebody already in mind?
It will.
It will go out to application?
Yes, that's correct.
Squire Tanner.
This is kind of, maybe my comment here is not necessary, it doesn't work out, but out of the 90 days that this temporary person will be employed to push snow, basically is what we're talking about, I know. And out of that, would he work more than 30 days?
I would hope not.
I would hope not.
Don't jinx us, Squire. Don't jinx us.
So,
On a mile, winner.
what I'm getting at here is it probably would not work 30 days, so why wouldn't a 30 days work? Why wouldn't a temporary 30-day employee who works up to 30 days?
Well, I think it's calendar
Does it say calendar?
in the admin code.
Does.
That's a good question. I can't
I'm going with
answer
our HR on this one. I don't know.
It would go with your effective date.
Oh, the effective date, the time we start counting.
that. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Day starts that day.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't work that day, you don't start that day.
Well,
Once you're hired, the 2020 has to be completed for them to be in the payroll system, so you would
Right.
have an effective date.
the first day of work.
Well, I'm not
or
arguing
anything.
either way, I just thought maybe you wouldn't have to change it to 90-day temporary hire, if you could do it by the day. He wouldn't work 30 days probably, surely not, I'm like you.
Yeah.
You're starting out that way, you might,
Snow
everything will be
Jesus.
froze up.
Duke, thank you. Ashley, thank you. Yep. Next, I believe Amy is with us.
There's a pumpkin pie back there with your name on it.
How are you doing, Amy?
Good. So this first agenda item I have is our first amendment to the budget this year. I do have a change page 2 of the actual amendment, if you'll look down to the fire insurance proceeds, I have listed that it's going to increase the expenditure account of fire equipment, 175120739. That will actually be account 175120340, maintenance repairs vehicles.
Could you repeat those numbers?
Sure. 175120340.
And what was the name?
Maintenance and repairs vehicles. But this budget amendment is amending in, and I've put in your abstract the details. It's increasing our budget by $201,500, bringing our budget to $54,233,230. I've also listed on your abstract excluding capital expenses and federal projects. It's an increase of $110,800, bringing our budget to $36,004,380.
Any questions for Amy on these transfers? All right, seeing none, keep moving, please.
And the next item is budget transfers. In the abstract, I've got just real general details of what I'm doing here. Remember that budget transfers don't increase or decrease the budget. It's just moving from one line to another.
Questions for Amy on these transfers? Seeing none, next.
And then my last agenda item is the treasurer's report. I do have the report for the 4 months ending October 31st. Receipts, $9.6 million. Expenditures, $12.6 million. Adding in the fund balance of June 30th, 24, that gives us a fund balance of $27 million.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Treasurer, I'm assuming with the property taxes coming in, we assume to start balancing out. Can you talk to the court about that a little bit?
Sure.
Please.
So, and I just spoke with the sheriff earlier today. He's collecting, of course, property taxes that have that 2% discount, and we will see that revenue mid-December. And so that's, usually 5-6 million, so you'll see a bump in that. So this is probably the time of year that this balance is the lowest.
Any other questions for Amy?
And you also have the revenues and expenses as of November 22nd in your packet too.
Everybody good before Amy steps away from the podium?
This question I've got on the next agenda item, that may have to.
Okay, well then just maybe, I think we're good there, so let's, we'll go ahead to the payment of claims.
All right, I have a question.
Yep, go ahead, Squire.
Page 3, the account is 015145322, emergency dispatches to E911. There is a bill in there that's dated 4/1 of 24 through 6/30. I'm assuming that is a catch-up. Is there any additional catch-ups, because that's old? Of your budget. I think we've had a discussion about that.
Yes.
Bringing it back before the court so we all understand that.
Yeah, that final quarter of the previous year always hits our current budget year. You're right, it is late. They sent me the city sent the July through to September, and I inquired about this one, and they sent it.
But everything else from prior year is?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So this should be the last from prior year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Any other questions for Kim with payment of claims?
Yeah, Judge.
Squire Wisman?
page 2, the very last item, the Shuck Fence Company, I'm very happy to have that completed, but did we bid that, or did we just select Shuck as the provider?
We bid it out.
Okay.
We had 2 or 3.
Just never saw that come through, so I want to make sure we did.
Greg can answer when he's not here yet. We did have to paint it. There was an additional fee to paint it that we included, but they're gonna wait until spring. They want to let the wood sit and
Season.
So, but they will be painted in the spring.
I just had been meaning to ask, and I hadn't seen it come through, if
Yep.
we had bid that or not. And then, I think I
Sorry,
had
Kim, I
something
should
else,
let
but
you
go
answer
ahead.
that. I don't know why. I
It's
answered that.
okay.
So rude of me. Any other questions for Kim? Alrighty, moving on, we're going to look at a board appointment for the Board of Zoning Adjustments. We all know there's been a lot of conversations about zoning and things like that. I want to thank, Lauren Coltrane for serving, but she has stepped down. And I'm happy to present to you all Iris Skidmore, who I think would be very good at it, and she is willing to serve as an arm of us. So any questions, concerns, comments, or anything? I'm going to go ahead, Squire Sebastian. I was going to ask you to speak on it.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep.
I think that Ms. Skidmore will do a very good job. She is a resident of the First District and has been in the practice of law for over 40 years and is very up on a variety of topics, and has been wanting to share her wealth of knowledge and be in service to the county, and has stepped forward in this regard. So I am enthusiastic about this appointment.
Yep.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you for helping us find somebody.
I just wanted to ask, her application, she had said that she was interested in the Ethics Board, and we just had a appointment to that board. I wondered if you had a conversation, if there was a preference for that, since she listed it first over
She
this
said
one.
she had no preference wherever we think she would be used the best, and with her background and talking to Squire Sebastian about.
Yeah, her background looks fitting there, but I wanted to make sure that that was not.
No, I had a conversation with her, so yes. It's a good question, thank you. All righty, any other business? Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Can you give us an update on Viewpoint? I know we were in a holding pattern on
Yep.
being able to decide whether to move forward with the funding on that.
I think we're good. I talked to the mayor yesterday again about it. I believe Penny and I have a call with Viewpoint tomorrow, so I think everybody's committed to funding.
So the city did commit the funding?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Being on vacation will.
No, it's all
loop
good,
of
yeah,
everything.
yep. Alrighty. We're just gonna go ahead and roll right into voting session, if that's okay with everybody. Appreciate everybody bearing with us. I know it's been a long day, but we've got a lot of good things going on here in the county, so. Alrighty, clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Here.
Squire Blackburn.
Present.
Squire Dykus. Here. Squire Herod.
Here. Oh, excuse me.
Squire Tanner.
Here.
Squire Westman.
Present.
Twins.
Judge Mueller.
Present, thank you, clerk. Authorization for approval of minutes from the special meeting of October 23, 2024.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of minutes from the regular meeting of October 30th, 2024.
As amended. So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of minutes from the special meeting of November 6, 2024.
As amended. So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for removal of minutes from the special meeting of November 7th, 2024.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of minutes from the special meeting of November 18th, 2024.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve county clerk's lump sum fee officials budget for calendar year 2025.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Authorization to approve county clerk's annual order setting maximum amount for deputies and assistants for calendar year 2025.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve the agreement between Franklin County Fiscal Court and Capital Expo Festival.
So moved. Second.
Did you get that, clerk?
Yes.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a resolution of the Fiscal Court of Franklin County, Kentucky, authorizing and approving an interlocal agreement and authorizing and approving the establishment of Keenan Lane Industrial Development Authority, a nonprofit industrial development authority.
Second.
All right, clerk, let's call roll on this, please.
Square Sebastian,
I'm gonna explain my vote. I had several questions today regarding the agreement. And will note that there will be a loss of farmland, and that's gonna be prime farmland, which makes the loss even more significant. According to the USDA's National Agricultural Statistics Service, which conducts a census of agriculture, and they do that every 5 years. This one, the date I'm going to share is from 2022. Franklin County currently has 532 farms. Annual farm production in Franklin County contributes to $20.7 million to our economy. That breaks down to $12.7 million in livestock, $7.9 million in crops. As someone who took an in-depth look 4 years ago and wrote at length, which was serialized in the State Journal and was also discussed in a number of forums about how Franklin County is positioned to take care of its logistics, educational institutions, program offerings, tourism, agribusiness, etc. I absolutely understand the need for housing and economic development here. Yet, I remain challenged by the vast amount of acreage that could be under the auspices of this authority. So for that reason, I will be a no on this, but I will say, if this does get approved and it does move forward, I will be the first one at the table, diligently working with my shoulders, elbows, everything in there, as close to that table as possible to make my voice heard for the constituents that I represent, to make sure that what does happen here is the right fit for this community, but especially for them. Thank you.
Thanks, Squire.
Square Blackburn,
I think this resolution, if approved, gives us the ability or the option, with mutual partners, to pursue economic opportunities from which we can entertain, if it's viable for our community, for our region. And voting no on this resolution says we're not even going to try to find opportunities, no matter what they're going to utilize matching funds to help us create economic development. I think the biggest concern today, from the governing perspective, was questions and concerns of control. When you're in a partnership, you have limited control. But we do have control of our appropriations, the zoning, the tax incentives, and things like that we offer. So while this doesn't designate exactly what we want, it gives us an opportunity to move forward, to choose what we want. And it gives us checks and balances along the way to approve or not go forward. It sets out in several places. Termination, if the zoning's not met, if the project can't be completed, if the requirements for the project can't be met, if you can't acquire the land. All of that will just nullify this agreement. But voting no on it today stops it and gives us no other options. So I'm a yes.
Square Dicus,
This one has been, it's been difficult because I think the way that it's been put together and as fast as it's had to go forward and all of those things have been hard. But I'm gonna say what I said last time, that, we have nonprofits that need money. We have all kinds of things that need money. And we have to do something about that. We have to move forward in some way. And we don't seem to be doing that in many ways. and because of everything that the squire sitting beside me just said very eloquently, I'm going to vote yes.
Squire Harrod.
I just want to read a little something. The not in my backyard mentality is alive and well in Franklin County. We've seen it in recent housing and industrial development proposals. There's a playbook for it, and everyone has a copy and uses it when it's convenient for them. It's hurting our community. Franklin County is struggling with growth, jobs, and when we're trying to get our kids to stay home or even come back home after college, it's a task. Our community rants and raves about wanting finer things in life and what other communities have. The difference is they are growing, we are not. We have to grow, we have to create jobs, and we have to create revenue. So with that being said, I'm a yes.
Squire Tanner.
I want to explain my vote very briefly. It's been very eloquently said here by everybody and their opinions, and the passion is high, and I understand the people who spoke against it. I am going to be a yes vote. My granddaughter lives in Cincinnati, Ohio, and my grandson lives in Georgetown. Had they had the opportunity, they may still be here. And everybody who has children and grandchildren want them in spitting distance, and I know that's always not possible regardless of whether there's opportunity here or not. But if there is no opportunity here, then that option is not going to be here, period. And as J.W. Blackburn, Squire Blackburn said, if a no vote right here, right now, ends it. And we can't. It doesn't say it's going to be 1,000 acres out there. It doesn't say it's going to be 3,000 acres. It says right now it's going to be, try to be 105. And it's a long time to see that happen. Bowling Green, as you said, 25 years. And I don't know how long we've been out there on Duncan Road. That's been close to 25 years probably, and it's not anywhere near 3,000 acres. But anyway, I've talked enough. My vote is yes.
Squire Westman.
I want to explain too, as the youngest member of this court, I'm keenly concerned about the future of this community and what investments are going to be made here and the retention and the opportunity. I'm one of few of my class that returned when most of the best and brightest left. But so often in these local government meetings, things are colored as this is the only opportunity. We've got to put all of our eggs in one basket. And that's just not the case in this situation. We've had a 3-year process, actually a 5-year process of comprehensive planning that has been ongoing, that this community keenly and intentionally and in very informed pattern defined where they want future industrial development to go. We've set aside in the comprehensive plan some 500 acres of potential in another area of the county where there are already services, roads, sewers, and other things to support this type of development that doesn't directly abut residential neighborhoods, that doesn't destroy prime farmland. And, we've had comments about what is and isn't an acceptable farm. We have to think long term with these developments. It's not what is a 5-year return on our investment. It's what the future generations 100 years from now are going to need in our community. And if we continue to develop parcels of land saying that they're the last opportunity to build something good in our community, what exactly are our next generation or the following generation going to have to develop when there are no more prime farmland opportunities to develop, and there are no more parcels to develop out for retail, residential, commercial, whatever it may be. I've stated in this review process that I'm very frustrated about the process that has happened. It's very clear to me that these conversations have been going on for multiple years, and exceptionally within the last 6 months or so, that we could have had a more informed opportunity to let the public vet this process, vet the idea of this more so, and I don't like being given things quite literally minutes before I'm supposed to vote upon them, with changes that I have to digest quickly. That said, I think there's a multitude of opportunity in this community, and unfortunately, we're dealing with something that was created by predecessors without the local government's review in any manner, and we're putting a lot of our energy into fighting community and to supporting initiatives when there are other opportunity that we should be focusing our efforts on. And I'm going to challenge us to do that in the upcoming 2 years that this court has left. Also, I'm going to challenge us to be more transparent in this process. If we're going to lead in this manner, I'm going to challenge myself to start putting out every scrap of information I have to the public in whatever format that I need to do so, to make sure that everyone is more informed and that these public conversations happen more regularly and more fully with those people that are going to be impacted. We cannot vote against the will of our community when they obviously don't want something and they put it into codified, federally regulated processes just because we think there's opportunity and because there's a greater rate of return potential or to do this, when the exact same opportunity exists in other locations that we're not exploring whatsoever. That said, I think I've made very clear that my opinion that technically this process is flawed because we're not considering our comprehensive plan as it exists or even the future one in this consideration. And to do so, I think could be a challengeable action of this court, and I suspect it will be. So with that said, I'm going to have to vote no on this process because of those legal challenges that I think will be upcoming, because we didn't define those in this process yet. And maybe if we'd had a longer term to digest this information and to do that, we could have gotten there. But as it stands, I think we're flawed in the process. So it doesn't matter my vote at this point anyway. It's already passed with 4 votes. So
Judge Mueller,
Yes, motion passes. Authorization to award a bid to J. Edinger and Son, Inc., the sole bidder for 2 dump beds and snow equipment.
Second.
All those in favor say, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve the scope of work, associated fee, and the project under the existing agreement as a district work order with HMB for the provision of the professional engineering services in connection with the Safe Streets and Roads for All SS4A Safety Action Plan for Franklin County.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to award a bid to Lads, the best bidder for a greens mower for Lakeview Springs Golf Course.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to create and recruit for a position with the Maintenance Facilities Department for full-time, non-exempt maintenance assistant.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to create and recruit for a temporary position with the Road Department for a seasonal light equipment operator.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. This is the first reading of Amendment Number 1 to Ordinance Number 4-2024 relating to the budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. No vote at this time. Authorization to approve budget transfers for fiscal year 2024-2025.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to receive treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny payment of any claim? No motion was made. Let the record reflect claims are to be paid. Authorization to approve a board appointment of Iris Skidmore to the Franklin County Board of Zoning Adjustments with the term ending June 30th, 2027.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes. Do I have a motion to amend the agenda to add the October 30th resolution to our agenda?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Nay.
All those opposed say nay. Clerk, you get that?
yes.
Okay. Now I need a motion to vote on it.
I make a motion to vote on
A motion.
Resolution.
Resolution from, that we tabled on October 30th. Is that okay? All those in favor? Oh, hold on.
I just want to read it again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can we take a minute?
Yeah, we can take a minute.
Just read it
Yep.
again.
Yep, sorry.
That's been a month.
Yeah, understandable. So I believe it was explained that this is just stating that we are the grantee in this process. acknowledging that with the state. Right, Max? Yeah.
And the vote earlier passed to move forward with this, that's correct?
Correct.
Everybody good? No, you're welcome.
Who's second?
Tanner?
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Judge, could you do a call?
Okay, roll call. We can do it.
Squire Sebastian?
I think earlier I talked about if this were to pass, the previous action of the court, and I would be the first one at the table with my sleeves rolled up, ready to advocate staunchly for my constituents. That process is now based on the vote of this body, it's going to happen. So I will vote yes on this, but again, I will reiterate that I will be the first one at the table with my sleeves rolled up, having written about this and having talked about this in the past, if this came to pass, how that would work. So I'll be a yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Dykus?
Yes.
Squire Harrod?
Yes.
Squire Tanner?
Yes.
Squire Wisman?
Oh, let me explain. Sometimes I'm pegged to be non-development or non-supportive of development in this community, but that's not the case. I want good, smart development that supports our community's unique assets, our unique land sets, and otherwise. We had a vote on a resolution to support a PDI grant that I was supportive of, or we didn't quite get there because there was some technical questions. And when this came to us before, I specifically stated that because this resolution names a site, Keaton Lane, that I think we have a flawed process that is challengeable. If this were just a resolution to support economic development in the community and to allow a process to apply for a grant fund from the state, I'd be very supportive. I don't think this is, unfortunately, going to stand in the end, so I'm going to have to vote no because it specifically states a location site.
Judge Miller?
Yes, motion passes. Authorization to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. We adjourn. Thank you.